into the informational domain as well. And that leads down another rabbit hole. Okay, so I'm not going to go there. Well, as I've just explained, the slower one's rate of time, the greater the inertia of gravity, and the faster one's relative rate of time, the lower the inertia of gravity. Okay, so gravity and time hold a relationship in that gravity is an attribute of time, a passive, emergent, temporal, differential inertia, born of the ether, essentially, in its differential flow dynamics. Okay, and that ether is constructed by the conservation of the moments of our reality. Okay, so like any continuous thing within nature, like for example, if you hold sand in your hand and you let it pour gently from your palm, the particles form a collective, a symmetry, and they form a fluidity, just like smoke does if poured from a glass or tilted. There is a novelty out that you can burn incense, a hot smoke will pour for an aperture. That forcing of its linear motion forces conservational symmetry to kick in and apply fluidity to the smoke. The smoke, even though it is hot, will defy the laws of convection and fall to the floor as a fluid. Okay, so what's going on? What's really going on? Well, those dynamic moments are always looking for the more conserved outcome. That's the precedent. Okay, so it is the first law, as it were, and overrides all other laws. And I thought to myself, does this govern time? And when applying that rule to time, it answers all our problems.
Considering that the way I understand time is purely based on perception, and it's not there's no constant called time, it's purely out of perception.
Well, there is.
Do you find any correlation?
Yes.
Do you find any correlation with the phenomena we call time and the manifestation of what we call gravity?
Well, like, I've just explained it to you.
I know how you have explained. To me, in my mind, I've been always analyzing it, and I've been thinking.
Yeah, so imagine it like a stream. Imagine the inertia of a stream. You're throwing sticks into a stream, okay? The closer that you throw the stick to the bank, the more the inertia will drag the stick to the shores. Why? It's from the shortening of lengths. Well, this is from the shortening of the conservation of the moments of time, and it works upon the same hydrodynamic principles as the stream. Where we have a fastest flow in the stream, we will have no inertia, and the slowest flow in the stream will have the highest inertia. The slowest flow of time, the higher the inertia of gravity, and the faster the flow of time, the lower the inertia of gravity. The analogies to fluid dynamics is the same because it is a fluid. Time is a fluid symmetry.
Yeah, I understand that. And my relation I was trying to make is, to me, the phenomena we call gravity is we're just perceiving one aspect of it. Like things falling to the ground is not the entire nature of this phenomena. To me, I also perceive things like time is another phenomena from this same gravity, because I know when people focus attention into something, they can change the gravity of it. So your focus attention can create charge to collapse and all these other things, therefore affecting gravity and all those relative fields. That's why I was asking if you find any correlation.
Yes. Yeah? Well, yes, any change of time by doing something, your observation forms more complexity of the moment. You close your eyes, you're making things easier for the universe to compute, as it were. Okay, so it's all about time. Everything is essentially, comes down to it, is now a function of time. So the most fundamental core of everything is information and time.
So basically, each point in time has its own vector. That's what you're saying, basically.
Yes. He's got it. Time is symmetrical. Yes, not linear.
Can I ask you, like, for example, when people are in different density and state of focus, like in a dream, they tend to experience the phenomena of time in a different way. It may occur slowly, faster, or it might even combine from different sequences at the same time.
When we're under high stress, we experience a faster relative rate of time.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. In your theory, how do things, with what you're talking about, how would things take on shape, right, on a planetary scale? What would be the emerging geometries?
Well, those emergent geometries combine to form your time, essentially. I mean, if you imagine a universe out there in the universe where there's no planets, no stars, no people around, time out there is running very, very, very fast indeed. But for us, we're combined with our planets and our solar system and our star. It's going around a galaxy. All of that is a factor, essentially, and an influence upon us in that big stream, that big pond, as it were, of that ether. Okay, and everything is related. Okay, so our time is unique to us. Our rate is determined by all of those things.
Okay, so help me understand how your theory equates to the Earth being a globe or a plane. Which one would emerge?
Well, it would be a globe because that inertia of time, as it were, is coming from all things at a constant rate. Okay, and it's going out in all the dimensions, as it were, and in all directions. Okay, so what you're getting that passive inertia of the stream, as it were, from all points at the same time. So that passive inertia is in steady force equally across the surface of the planet at all moments of time.
So hold on.
Forming it eventually into a circle.
So the inertia is it becomes a spin, right? Like you said, that it's like a vortex, the smoke and everything, right? It's a fluid. We know that the fluid is essentially vortexing; it spins, right? So
no. The smoke is governed by the rules of conservation. That's what I was pointing out there. So those rules of conservation apply to all things in time.
So what type of motion does that induce?
Well, eventually, yes, it will form that Fibonacci.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
Circular motion eventually. Yeah.
So from that standpoint, the emerging geometry is initially that vortex. Now, electromagnetically, we see the same thing, so that kind of corroborates, right? However, what we see in electromagnetics is also that things form in a plane, like the overall energy of the magnetic outward force does form a sphere, but we don't have a solid boundary of matter at the sphere. What we see in the sky anyway is that the boundaries where the matter is formed in a disk around the center where you have the inertial plane. So if your idea correlates with the fluid dynamics and the spin that we see in electromagnetics, I think it would correlate more to a plane than a sphere. How would you determine it otherwise?
Well, I don't actually. I don't break down into those details, and I leave that to my calculator. Okay, his name is Martin Gibson, and he uses the he uses the handle of Uniservant, and he goes into all of those details for you of that spin and how that isotropic representation of quanta is represented, and how that stress of time and that conservation of the moments of time will be applied to the spin. Okay, so what we will see it manifest at the quantization level essentially is a tilt to the spin. Okay, from that. So what we're putting here in that place, as it were, is now a time tensor. Okay, that's what we're looking at.
Have you published? Have you had some stuff online?
Yes.
Yeah, share it up the nest.
Yes. Yeah, Uniservant has fully published everything. He actually published a book last year. I let him go first. The Unification of Physics, and him coming from an economistic background, he wanted to throw that in there as well. But who am I?
So Roy, so obviously you felt that it was a need to kind of push the science forward, develop a new framework. What did you see that was wrong with the current mainstream model or the mainstream science would make you feel like you needed that motivated you?
I did it from the sidelines quietly. I was putting things underneath their nose that I considered elementary and obvious. and it was just going nowhere. And you know, it was certain things, for example, and then they finally came round to the debate and then renamed part of relativity relativistic mass effect. I hit the roof, bro. It was like they were creating more foobar out of more foobar and covering it was on. And then it was dark energy and dark matter and all the rest of it. And I'm saying emergent entropic time. 30 years I've been saying this, emergent entropic time, you know. And it's like, but now with the James Webb Telescope results that just came in only 2 days ago, it's like absolute slam dunk. It's an absolute 100% fit for our math. And we're like, fuck, stick it. Our MOND model is absolutely bang on.
So what came out a couple of days ago? I'm not aware. What happened?
Oh, load of analysis essentially for the evolution of the cosmos from all the data that James Webb has been going through for the since it's been launched. And it all correlates perfectly. I mean, it's like, it's not 99, it's 100% fit.
What have they concluded according to whatever you read?
You'll have to go into that. You have a real deep dive into the James Webb telescopes, but it's essentially the evolution of the cosmos and the energy levels and the scales and the distribution of mass and energy within it. Okay, that's what it's all about.
Roy, I would like to ask you something. Would you consider like the shape of the torus to be globular, but like the what is it called? The magnitude that is expressed in the physical phenomena occurs in a form of a plane, but the entire field is like a sphere, but that sphere is
it's like it's toroidal in nature. Yeah, at the very base, it's a toroidal spinner, essentially. We believe at the moment.
So the Earth can be flat, but the field of the magnetic field and everything can be spherical in nature.
Well, to us, it's represented in our dimensionality, as it were, as in that three-dimensional respect. But yes, ultimately, in all dimensionalities, it's represented as.
Cool.
So potentially, we've got another one that we got to start thinking about, that fifth dimensional. See what I mean? This is a whole game plan. So the Kaluza-Klein equations that unify electromagnetism and all of it, with gravity, only needed that fifth dimension, but they predicted it as a compact dimension. Okay, didn't get the temporal side from that conservation of time, and that's all we needed to do is give that temporal thing. But this potentially now gives us the opportunity to not just use the spatial dimensions in motion, but potentially the temporal dimensions. And I'll land it there.
I would like to ask, for example, if the way you understand gravity, let's say someone who wants to do the opposite of gravity, like let me use the phenomena which I am familiar with. Let's say you find a yogi somewhere who can meditate and can make themselves not be affected by the gravity. Would you think it's like they're tuning outside of the field of influence of the Earth to the point like they become independent of it and they can direct their weight and all these things? Yeah.
Well, let's look at a superconductor. A superconductor levitates. Its phase dynamics are that of quanta-like, and as such, they have a topological transitional phase dynamic, behavioral outcome, as it were, that has a much faster relative rate of time, the rate of time that experienced by quanta. When we look at neutron stars, we see that their electrons are orbiting the nuclei that is now the neutron star, okay, forcing a transitional phase dynamic that we saw with the LIGO results, where those two neutron stars were colliding. We saw the very odd phases of dynamics, as it were, of quanta present. And we see that the spin rates of neutron stars correlate to that of certain dipolar quanta. Okay, so this topological flavors of our existence, those conservational symmetries, the states of matter itself, are determined by our properties, not by our scale. So even very, very large things can be represented in quanta-like, but they are not. Okay, so macrocosm can be considered microcosm, and with it gaining the temporal microcosm environment. That faster temporal rate of time of that transitional phase dynamics. Essentially, now you are no longer considered at the larger scale. You are considered at the smallest of scales. You do not interact anymore with that of the larger scale. You have a faster relative rate of time. You have a zero inertia state. What are your attributes? If you move.
Well, that be like the same, like, how do I make it? Having a constructive interference to the point like a field becomes stable by itself. Something of that
Can I
nature.
interrupt real quick? What topic are you guys going down? Is there a specific topic or a key point?
Well, we were just kind of learning about some of Roy's perspective on the sciences.
What's his
And
perspective?
I think he was diving into MOND. Is that what you're saying, Roy? Some modified Newtonian dynamics and
That's
some
right.
new,
Yeah, MOND.
right, and some new information that came out with the James Webb Telescope. If you're taking that information for face value, and I think COW just had some questions, and D3 had some questions for him, so we're just kind of listening there.
Yeah, it's a modified Newtonian dynamic, essentially, where I use temporal regression to harmonize Newtonian and Einsteinian physics. And it basically unifies relativity in that time tells matter how to move and matter or motion influence time. So it's sort of like a full circle.
Okay. And you're incorporating this into globe geometry.
Well, it's the reason why it's a globe. So it provides an explanation for gravity, the passive inertia of it. It's emergent, as an emergent phenomena, essentially.
What's an emergent phenomena of gravity? I'm confused.
Okay. I do have to go through all of this again. Okay, so imagine the moments of time in linear. Okay, anything that has a momentum in that way within nature is given a continuous symmetry by conservational symmetries. So what I'm doing is I'm applying the laws of conservation to the moments of time. And this produces what we call a fifth dimensional hydrodynamic environment. Okay, so a temporal hydrodynamic environment in the fifth dimension. The ether, essentially, that fluidity of what light travels through and as wave forms and so on, is now a temporal hydrodynamic like fluid environment. So time is more than a moment, time is a fluid symmetry. Now, where we have any differentials in flows, we get a differential inertia that is born, okay? And we can now analogize that differential inertia of the flow of that fifth dimension being the temporal inertia that we perceive as gravity. So we've now got an answer for gravity, and it unifies the electromagnetism and provides an answer for quantum gravity, and in that all emergent phenomena are governed by the same principal rules. Okay, so it's like a
You said
hierarchy.
quantum gravity. What is quantum gravity? Where has that been established as an emergent property?
Well, it's not been established as an emergent property yet. We're hypothesizing, and we're looking at these ideas of it being an emergent phenomena born of what we consider quantum information change. So an entropic emergent phenomena born of change. Okay, so that's it.
Hey, how well received has your latest work been?
Well, I'm followed by some of the most leading minds of our time, and we published, and I published 30 years ago, but they refused because this is quite ontological, okay? And it explains the phenomena and the technologies and temporal teleportation and things like that. So it's a big lump.
And you guys said MOND is modified Newtonian dynamics, modified Newtonian dynamics, but that's merged with quantum mechanics?
Yes, they couldn't before, but now we can with that fifth dimension hydrodynamic environment. Okay, so we need that fifth dimension so we can express everything from all of the scales as well, because the problem was that you couldn't unify the very smallest of things to the biggest of things. But that's actually provided by that conservational symmetry in that it's actually scalar invariant. Doesn't matter what your scale is, it's the properties that denote how you are treated, essentially, or what you are, essentially.
But don't you think that there's a fundamental reason why physics can't be unified, because it's built off of a false premise of the atom that's never been proven?
Sorry, but we actually see them now with microscopes.
Really? Could you please provide that? Where
Well,
could I go?
Well, Google it.
Oh, let me just Google it. Okay, cool.
Good morning, Roy. Good morning, guys. I have a question for you, Roy, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, go for it, Jeff, and then we'll slide over to JK Philly after that. Go ahead.
Copy that. Roy, I've been thinking about a magneto-driven automobile for several decades, and I noticed that on the North and the South Pole, the way that water spins is sort of like a bolt tightening. At the head of the bolt, you notice that it'll turn to the right to tighten. But if you go to the other side, the thread of the bolt, or the shank, we would say, will be spinning in the same direction. As we noticed that gravity does the same thing with water on the North and the South Pole, where it's actually spinning opposite as you look at it, but it's actually spinning the same direction. Considering that the North and the South Pole attract each other, and when you flip them opposite, south to south, north to north, they repel each other. Okay, so then the buffer in, let's just say, space, there's a vacuum. What is repelling each planet from each other, and what's repelling it from the sun, but also keeping it to that neutral standpoint where it's following its pattern around the sun in an elliptical manner, where it's the north and the south lines, it seems like they're neutralized in space, where there's a buffer where they are repelling each other. It's almost like in space, is the magnetic pole repelling itself while it's doing its pattern elliptically around the sun, as well as the moon going around the earth in the same fashion. Is space repelling, or is it neutral, in your opinion, for the gravitational force? I don't know if that's too confusing. Please.
I'll be honest with you, it is rather confusing. There's a lot in there. Okay. But I think I get your gist. Well, that spin, as it were, of why the planets are going around, well, they're all falling potentially. Okay, they're all falling towards each other. Okay, but that conservation ultimately ends up that they all sit in orbit. Okay, is a big deep dive that I don't really go into about all of that one, but we'll have to go back into explaining gravity again and how it applies to all things equally. So you'll see a sweet spot between bodies, essentially, okay, where you'll have a zero inertia and no tug from either. Okay, now we know all these rules and how they apply. If we now apply these new mathematics, we can now solve the free body problem. Okay, so this is what this fundamentally changes. It gives us a map of that time out there, okay, so we can use those sweet spots to cruise in between the planets without hardly any fuel at all, because there is no inertia from anything. And just slightly moving towards one will make us move in that direction, and we can use that, and do some very clever things with it.
Yeah, and about that repel and attraction, basically in magnetism, that doesn't exist.
I just had a couple questions. The vacuum, if you were to polarize the vacuum, that essentially can be your dipole moment. And the second question would be, if in a cold plasma, if you were to induce the ponderative motive force, in other words, create an non-equilibrium status, charge separation, can you essentially create your own non-local gravity?
Yes, potentially. You're spot on. That plasma, as it were, is a different topological dynamic, and well, it is, as it were, that like the Beck phase, so it has a much faster relative rate of time, and it's the time trick that stuff gives you, essentially, that gives you the negation of the inertia. So that's the zeroing out of all inertia upon you. So you will exhibit a zero inertia condition in using that phase state.
Great. And then the other, when you mention gravity, essentially, are you saying gravity is basically the differential of, I guess the word is permittivity. So the permittivity differential basically is gravity. So basically in your river example, the permittivity in the middle is lower. So that way you're going to go faster versus the permittivity on the edges. Is that a good assessment on your original river theme?
What permanentity is not really the right word that describes it. It's like I say, it's exactly the same. We can use the Navier-Stokes terminologies and equations because that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with fluid dynamics, but temporal hydrodynamics specifically. So it's temporal side of things that we got to look at, but not all of the Navier-Stokes bits and pieces for our hydrodynamics apply to time. Okay, so there's a revision going on at the moment that we're looking at. Okay, so quite a lot of all this language is actually going to change, and that's in the process. That's what Eric Weinstein's actually dealing with at the moment.
Have you spoken to Eric Weinstein before, Roy?
Yeah, me and Eric converse, and he follows me.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Oh, Twitter's such a dope place. You get to meet and interact with so many people. I don't know if you interacted with him because of Twitter or if it was off of Twitter, but that's still super cool.
Well, I was after him for a few years, and he said something once in a podcast, and I spotted it, and I was like, "You are so close, it's unreal." And he first ventured, and yeah, you probably noticed his change of tune a few years ago. Well, that's when I decided to go public. Okay, so I was doing this in the background, as it were, in the science community for nearly 30 years, and I was getting nowhere. Okay, and they were refusing to publish it. So I decided, right, well, it looks like they're going to blow us all to pieces anyway. I might as well tell you all what it's all about.
Oh, keep that in mind, because that whole refusing to publish it, that whole quote issue, I want to dive into that. But I know Chris has a question or maybe want to chime in on something. So go ahead, Chris, and then I'll jump in after you.
Yeah, about that 0 point in a magnetic field. If you look at the disk magnet, it has a gap just as our equator has. So basically, there is no repelling and attraction in magnetism. There is only a point of zero flow in between the two fields, and that's also outside. So it's not north-south attraction. It's the two evading each other basically. So, but it's in the center of the field. It's on the side of the field, and it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. You can't have one without the other.
Yin and yang.
Roy, about the planets, would you consider? How would you describe this? Like, the galaxy itself is a torus of some sort, and any element within that field of influence,
Yes,
they have their own field of interaction. And these things, for example, how they interact, they create gravity nodes. Would you consider these gravity nodes the places where these mass gathered to form what we call planets? And
well, yeah, potentially manifestations of any matter is potentially due to its entropic, what it is and what it's made. You see, it comes down to the very fundamental aspects of what is anything now, okay, at all, in that potentially everything is now a function of time, and it's the time and the properties of that any one moment, as it were, that denote anything at all.
what if for example, hold on a moment. For example, when you look at time or any type of measurement we have, these are just human conceptualization. They have nothing to do with nature out there. For example, concept of time. People, you look at this mechanical device, they say this our hand has moved this degree, so it means this time has passed. You see, that's it's not defining time. It's just a mechanical device that measures time. Under your circumstances, what will you define time? Is it a series of events, or is it? Are you
Yes.
going by the measurement of this mechanical device?
No. There is a fundamental quantum event, okay, that we could potentially, if we take the framework as a whole and say, okay, it's a holographic space-time continuum, that we could potentially say that that is a paint event, a holographic paint event, and encapsulated in a thing that we could consider to be a now, that could be as small as 10 to the minus 43, even much smaller than a Planck length, potentially. Okay, so that's what we're looking at now. Yes, a quantum moment of change, and the informational resistance to that change denotes the length of that moment of now. Okay, and the differentials between the lengths provide the passive differential inertia that we consider to be gravity.
So, by what do you define informational resistance as in your model?
By the complexity of that information denotes its resistance to change from any one moment to the next. Okay, so the more complicated you are by mass or motion will affect your relative rate of time, and therefore the inertia and how heavy you feel, how much you weigh, essentially.
Will that be right when I say, for
So
example,
this isn't a temporal complexity; it's a physical complexity.
And
if you look at what matter really is, it is basically enclosed charge, basically. And when things evolve to something bigger, it is gaining charge, basically. So it's even in biology. So Royal Raymond Rife proved that with the resonance frequency, by putting the right frequency on an organism, you can implode its shell, by the body can remove the rest. So basically everything is enclosed energy. When you look at a photo of an electron, there is nothing at the center. There's only energy flowing around it. That should tell you everything.
Yes, exactly.
Roy, I wanted to ask, for example, how things become physical, let's say, with this concept of spinning charge, let's say. For example, when you increase the frequency of this spin, it will increase the density, right?
No, I don't need to do that, because the standard model and Maxwell's equations do that for us. Okay, and Maxwell's equations are right to a degree, but then they got changed by someone else. Okay, and that's where it all went wrong.
But just go with me for a minute. I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm just trying to use how even things can dissolve into the ether. This is what I'm trying to derive into. Let's say if something spins fast enough, it acquires enough inertia and density to become, and magnitude to appear physical. And if this spin reduces, it's vice versa. It kind of dissolves. Is that observation accurate in your understanding?
Yeah, but what is decay? Decay is the loss of energy, basically. If you look at what a muon, gluon, photon is, it's basically a lesser the gradient of charge.
Yeah, it's fully explained by the standard model. Okay, I've already said.
So, Roy, can you tell us a little bit? I have another question, but can you tell us a little bit about that process where you're like on the brink of maybe a discovery or a new idea or something like that, and then the words you used was they blocked publication or something along those lines? What is that like? Who's they? Why would they block it? You know,
Okay.
what maybe even if it's more specific to your specific situation, I don't know if they said, well, nothing was substantiated, but what was your experience?
Well, my experience was the same experience that Copernicus would have had, or Galileo would have had, or that Newton had, or even Faraday had, or anybody that's come before me. who's had a radical idea that changes the way that we consider the reality that we exist within. Okay, so that's fundamentally shaking the tree that everybody's currently sitting upon as well, in that it fundamentally changes the foundations of physics, in that it harmonizes Newtonian and Einsteinian, physics, essentially, like classic physics, which everything today is built upon. So if I come along and they accept mine, okay, and they start to invest in that, okay, which look they're doing, by the way, now, okay, but they're doing that in the student body, okay, personally, it's going on, but yeah, it comes about very, very slowly, change within science. And Max Planck put it best himself, really, when he said that science progresses one coffin at a time. Okay. And it really is like that, because there's a lot of people, a lot of vested interests who are on a lot of grifts out there. The multidimensionalism, so on, the multiversal
Boy,
people.
thank you for saying that, bro. Like, listen, I know we don't agree on a lot, but every single time we talk to some people, like in the scientific community or people who think they're part of the scientific community, they always gaslight it like it's the most easiest thing to do to just go publish papers, publish new ideas, and science is just so willing to have a change if there's some substantiation. And when every single time we talk to a PhD, they'd be like, bro, that is not how it works. So,
well, I don't think I'm the first at this, okay? I bet this idea has lined the science bins of our world forever, potentially, okay? Because, I mean, my guide wasn't a book, okay? Let's be straight about this. It wasn't a book. It wasn't any teacher. I was lucky. I got to meet some really interesting people when I was a kid because I was part of this group of bright kids, okay? I got to go to lectures at the Royal Society, and I got to meet Carl Sagan, and Carl Sagan was my teacher, and I got to ask the guy a question, but he didn't answer my question. But what he did say to me was, never, ever, ever stop asking questions like that, kid. And I never did. Okay. So that's the thing. I was always, I never sort of took anything for granted or accepted anybody's word for it. My first question was, who defines the laws of physics? What defines the laws of physics? What is it? Book? Where's it written? Who's the chap behind that one? All these awkward questions, the scientists that really hate. And that was me, the pain in the ass. Okay. So always, that's the way I am. And so I didn't fit into that world. So I started off in it, but I bummed out of it. Okay, totally bummed out of it, rebel, all the rest of it. And I went into the other revolution, the information technology revolution. Okay, I got to do some incredible things there. And the train that you use at your metro, if you ever go on London Underground, or most of the metro systems around the world, use an architecture called Trackernet, a real-time systems architecture. Well, that's my baby too, and a lot of it out there. Okay, so it's not just the physics, but it's the IT, and it's the melding of those two disciplines together that gave me the insight to recognize what is a construct. Okay, so yeah, and it was while I was doing a white paper for a company called Borland International, who produced software, programming software, that I wrote 3 lines: properties denote the behavioral outcomes. And it hit me then in one moment, the answer to that problem that I've been thinking about when I was a kid. And it just wham. And that's when I decided to publish. And that was in 1997. So that's how long ago it is. Okay. So there's some of them out there know it exists. And that's why I've been doing it publicly now, because all the papers that are being published on relativity and in cosmology and now the James Webb are all coming in my direction of travel, as it were. But, a long, long time ago. But like I say, I'm not the only one that's been saying this. And there are other people that I've met on my journey that had the same idea coming from disciplines that all landed again at my door. Like I mentioned, my calculator, Uni7, who has all the details of that quantum side of things. And then Gavin Wintz is an absolute genius with the frames of reference are our abstract reality and existics. And other people from other disciplines are all coming now to the same conclusion, that time is more than a moment. Time is a fluid symmetry.
Yeah, man, I think that's like super awesome that you had that foundation of encouragement. I didn't have that. My guidance counselor didn't have any encouraging anything words from me at all. So it's just super cool to hear like kind of your backstory on.
Well, you got one now, brother. You
Yeah, I
really
appreciate
got
it,
one
man. I
now.
wish I had somebody talking to me like Carl Sagan was talking to you, because I would have, like, you know, I know that you don't believe in flat Earth. You subscribe to globe Earth, but you know, the flat Earth, geocentric, even the heliocentric conversation kind of brought me back into the love of the sciences and the physics. I always had like, you know, kind of a
well, hopefully we can
to
take
the.
you up there high enough so you can see it globe for yourself. Now, when you look at the videos
You
of the
think so?
space,
We can talk about it, Roy. We can talk about it.
Yeah. Well,
Hey
when
guys, Roy, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me up. And you can take 4 sticks and tell that the Earth is round from the position of the shadow on the 4 sticks around the world. Or you can just do the mathematical calculation of flights going from the ground up all the way around the curvature of the Earth to land. It's a mathematical calculation in flight patterns.
Okay, we can get into it, but let Roy finish. I don't know if you want to stick around because we have a lot
he's
of
right. He's
reputation.
got a much more fundamentally foundational answer to me. Okay, those 4 sticks don't answer that problem. Those shadow lengths matter, bro.
They do not account for curvature when they fly planes. But I did want to ask you something, Roy, in regards to one of the conversations we love to start out with is like motion. Because I don't know, I don't want to straw man you. You are of the idea that we are traveling around the sun, like on the globe Earth.
Well, of course we are. Otherwise, all our satellites would crash and we'd waste billions and billions and billions of dollars putting them up there.
We can get to that in a second. But
guys, have a lovely morning.
Ask,
I need to run into work. Thank you for having me up, guys. Thank you very much.
No doubt, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, come
Jeff.
through next week, Jeff. We're here every single Friday night into Saturday morning. Love to have you.
I shall program that in on my notification. We'll see you guys around, and thank you for having me up this morning.
Nice,
Take
man.
care, bro.
Enjoy your weekend. So, Roy, we seem to have a issue that we talk about in the flat Earth community, globe skeptic community, about the motion around the sun. It seems like it's very hard to measure this motion. I don't know if you agree or disagree. I would like to hear your perspective on measuring this perceived motion that we're supposed to be going around the sun, which is supposed to be like 30 kilometers per second. First of all, is there a measurement of motion around the sun that you can reference at all? Something particular?
Yes.
Because they tried doing it with interferometry and they weren't able to.
Well, you got the constellations, essentially. Okay, and as we spin and so on and we go around the sun, those constellations change their position to us.
Well, that's just relative motion, right? Like kinematics.
Well, no, it's actual physical motion, though. You know, there's nothing virtual about it. You have to move to have that different perspective. I mean, when you stand one side to the other to the room, your perspective changes, doesn't it?
From when?
What
Go ahead.
it means is how do you determine which thing is actually in motion? What's up there or what's down here?
Well, it's all in motion, and we can see those motions, as it were, even when we look at it through our telescopes. We can map out the motions of the stars around the very center of our Sagittarius black hole. That's the center of our galaxy. You know, we can see all those things going on live.
Right. So, but how does that equate to the ground moving?
Right. Because even when Einstein says that, you know, whether it's the sun moving and the Earth stationary or the Earth moving and the sun being stationary, they're both equally valid. It's all relative motion. So again, like when they have like
I think I know what you mean now. But yeah, we have these fixed points, but all these fixed points themselves are essentially in motion. Okay, so our star is going around the galaxy, orbiting the galaxy, and it has a little wibble wobble as it's doing it as well. Okay, so it's going up and down and round and round. like a bit like the carousel.
Got a
You know,
lot
the
of
whole
wobbles actually. There's more than one wobble.
oh, there's lots of wobbles out there because there's lots of bits out there that are giving us wobbles. And that's what it's all about essentially. But everything's sort of like on that plane. Imagine if you go into when you're next in the bath and you're playing with the bubbles in the bath, start thinking about that fluid as time. And as you're moving things, that gravity is like ripples in that time. Okay, so it's ripples of slowed time. So you see what I mean? It's all essentially everything comes down to time at the end of the day.
Right.
It's kind of
So
interesting. You brought the
hold on
bubble.
1 second, CLW. Let me just finish this thought, right? Because I really want to get down to because I want to see if there is a solution for this, right? Because they have we talk about interferometry all the time, where they use the interference of light waves to detect motion, especially motion in a circular path or object along a circular path. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Michelson-Morley and all that, right, bro?
Oh yeah. That interferometry, what that's doing again is measuring time, because that laser beam takes a certain amount of time to reach a certain point and come back to the receiver that we measure.
Right.
Okay, so if there's any change in the time of space-time that the light is traveling through, there will be a difference in the time of its receipt. Okay, and we have extraordinarily long lengths of those laser beams going kilometers, tens of kilometers, okay, and then back again, and they're at right angles to each other. And we need one really that's going up as well, and one that's going down, really, at all of the dimensions, in all directions. A bit like a pond skater on the ether is what we need to measure it really much more precisely. And we're now looking at ideas for that. So again, as I say, it's all about the time, really. Gravity.
But if there is a ether, right? If there's an ether, because even in Michelson-Morley, they assume the ether, not the ether that us,
Yes.
at least over here anywhere, we over here anyway. I think they had a rigid ether back then. I think we're more aligned with a fluid like you were talking about, the fluid like ether, fluid like medium. But that's still a medium that they would have to have that would affect that light if the Earth was moving through it. And back then, at least in the 1800s, even though the instruments aren't as good as they are now, it still was sensitive enough to detect that motion. And according to Michelson-Morley, they didn't detect it.
But they didn't turn it to the right angle. There you go. If you change it to the horizontal, it then shows.
Oh, change the orientation. So I've heard of this. I think you talked to what's the guy's name, Prop?
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head. There's so bloody many at the moment, and
Yeah,
everybody's
I
and because I've been doing this, I get about 200 messages a day with everybody else's ideas of everything. So yeah, it's like
Can I just ask Roy? Roy, of course, thanks for coming and showing some love over here. But do you remember by any chance, what I did to get blocked? Like, I think I have an idea, but
wait,
I
Roy,
just
you
really
got my co-host blocked, Roy? Come on.
Well, if there's any flesh in your account, my administration will block you.
I just don't remember tweeting at you. I know for a fact I didn't tweet at you negatively. I think I put you in the list that we put all the
No, it doesn't have
PhDs
to
that
be
we want to
negative.
join.
It's what it is. Okay, it's in association with. It's what it is. I've been suffering from bot attacks by sex bots. Okay, which we all know are not really sex bots. We know really what they are. They're just an association to try and diminish you from the algorithm. Okay, so anything at all on that comes up in an AI search of any account that's had any association with it at all, I have to block. Okay, and it's done automatically. Okay, so it's not actually me, it's an AI that runs every Sunday, and it just goes over all the accounts, because I've suffered, like I say, I'm trying to disseminate a theory that unifies physics and provides us with a unification essentially that tells us that we're more than what we think we are, and that we're potentially avatar-like. Okay, so that's quite incredible. And now that gives us a greater unification of each other, not just the physics. Okay, so that's the mission, not the physics. The physics is to unify you. Okay?
Roy, is there any way that we can get Proud off that block list? Because there's nothing X-rated on Proud's account. We really hold ourselves in a higher regard because we're looking for these type of conversations. So is there any way that we can get my co-host unblocked at all?
I've already done it, bro. Like I said, it's an AI that runs every Sunday. But yeah, if you see any of those bots on your account at all, any sex ads like those bots at all, block them instantly, okay? Because if you, even when they like, okay, otherwise my AI will just kick you out.
No, you're absolutely right. Sometimes we get botted in here too, and I see them in my comments. And we have like a no block policy when it comes because we have a very polarized conversation. But when it comes to that type, like the troll sex bots type of thing, yeah, I probably got a few of those blocked. But other than that, we really accept all voices. But yeah, don't let them diminish your algorithm, because they will put you in that spam and then spam in the comments.
Yeah. Well, I'm suffering it, as you can imagine. You know, I'm providing the information that will allow us to potentially do Star Trek, you know, and yeah, and all free energy and all those sorts of things and all the clever tricks that we can do by understanding that we inhabit a box. So it's quite ontological for a lot of people, and they're worried about that. But I say that, like with all things, change, we have to grow up and get over our adolescence as humanity, as it were, and, you know, be adult about it and face the reality of potentially what we are, which is potentially far more incredible than anybody else had probably ever considered. And it sort of brings all the theologies into the camp as well, in that, yeah, we inhabit a construct, and no construct in nature, be it natural or otherwise, it can exist without a constructor. And what that is potentially could be, yeah, you know, it could be AI, it could be natural, it could be God. So, you know, we potentially may never know. You know, that's an axiom paradox that I can't provide an answer to, but I can open our eyes to the fact that it is one. Okay, so that's probably my purpose. There you go. I was born with it. I sort of know things, you know, that I was never taught. I just intuitively just know shit. Weird.
One if they was trying to recruit you for that Cicada 3301, let us know, Roy. You solved it, didn't you? Anyway, I have a couple more questions for you, but I think Chris want to jump in. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I wanted to give Roy something with him, because if you look at the research, the universe is as a flat plane. So you would be an idiot to think that we are a globe. So you need to reconsider and do your diligence and research.
Well, that was a little harsh.
Yeah, add some context, Chris. Give him something to go off of. Like, come on now. Give him a reason to look into flat Earth. Don't just tell him.
Yeah, if you look at the word in a plane of inertia, the word itself says it. A plane. A plane is not a ball, it's not a sphere, it's not a globe. It's as simple as that.
When you have a drink in space, in the space station, and you ooze it out of any container, okay, you leave it for any matter of time at all, it will turn instantly into a globe, a circle.
Yeah, but that's the property of water. That is the total different thing. If you have an air bubble, that goes into a bubble as well. That is gases and liquids. That's not solids.
No, doesn't matter what your material makeup is. Okay, the rules apply to you the same as anything else. And eventually, yes, water is more viscous, as it were, can flow. But those little bits of sand.
The hole is not circular. The hole is any shape. That's what I'm saying.
No, leave it long enough in a vacuum of space, it will become round, because time equals out all things, and that's the inertia of gravity, is a property of time.
Yeah, but then you have the breakdown of matter to the basic building stones. That's not matter that is built up anymore. That is degraded matter to the point of origin.
You're fast forwarding to the heat, definitely the end of everything. No, where you will get anything in space and time, okay, will naturally form a sphere, okay. Trust me, the Earth is not flat, okay.
But it's not a globe either.
Well, no, because of the pressures that are put upon it by its spin, okay, and that time. So time is running at different rates, the densities of the differences in our planet. So different densities, as it were, will give us different times. And we see this in the gravity models that we have across the planet, in that they are different across it.
Yeah, but you go standing on a merry-goes roundabout. At the center, you can hold on. But the further you go out in the field, the less you can hold on. The more you are going to fly out. So it's normal when you're close to the plane of inertia that everything is moving slowly. But the further you go out, everything starts moving faster. That's just how nature works. If you look at our world, the North Pole is the lowest area in our world, and Antarctica is the highest point in our world. So, if anything, we're not a ball, but more like something from going smaller to something wider up.
No, the Earth is definitely round, okay? It's still round.
Roy, are you open to changing your mind about that if you're faced with evidence that it may not be round?
But I have the evidence it is round, yet everybody seems to want to ignore that.
Oh, that's fine, but I'm just saying, would you be open to it if you were faced with new evidence?
If I was faced with empirical, reproducible evidence that it was, yes. Like I say, science is about, we need actual empirical evidence about these things. We can't just say that they are. I mean, even with my idea, it may be right. I'm not saying it absolutely is correct, but it seems to be the way that we need to go in direction of thinking. But I could be wrong about quite a lot of it, you know, and I'm open to all ideas, as it were. But like I say, we need to prove them empirically, okay, and reproduce that result, as it were, in a different environment under different circumstances to see if that, you know, how that may manifest differently potentially in those different environments. See, it seems to be that the way that we measure anything by our observation, as it were, determines what things actually are themselves as well. So there's that. So there's a lot to this. But all the evidence that we have and the empirical maths now that actually do now unify and provide an explanation for what is gravity, okay, and all of those things is essentially been done. And it tells us that the Earth is round, like all things that we look at in the cosmos are round, okay? Every single planet that we know out there, a moon, is round, okay? Every single galaxy is going in a motion that is a circular, okay? It's a round thing, okay? Because mass
You
and
said
energy,
it right. Circular,
yeah,
Roy. Everything is circular. If you look at
yes,
all geometry, I don't know if you're familiar with Karl Monk, the quote.
I think
If you look at the geometry,
yes, I
ancient
think I understand
geometry,
where your
they don't know
misunderstanding is coming from, though. Okay.
Yeah,
Chris,
but a
just let
sphere,
it, Chris. You just make sure that when you want to chime in, make sure that the person is finished talking, so that way we're not talking over each other.
Yeah, that plane that you're talking about is essentially a boundary now. Okay, so yes, everything is going around as if it looks like out there, as if it's sitting upon a fluid. Well, it is sitting upon a fluid, a temporal hydrodynamic environment. In other words, the symmetry of time itself. So the expansion of the universe between us is now a temporal expansion. And that dark energy that's popping away out there is now emergent entropic time popping away out there. Okay, and that dark matter is essentially the gain of lengths of the moment of dilation of time from the complexity of the matter that's been gained from the stellar process. So we can fit it all together in our model and explain the evolution of the cosmos that we see before us. And the results from the James Webb Telescope from 2 days ago told us that this MOND model, a revised model of Newtonian dynamics, essentially for gravity, fits 100%. So it's not just me saying it, it's all the evidence that we see out there saying it, okay? That everything is bound by these same rules that make everything round. And to think that we are somehow different and special is really rather silly, okay? It really is.
I mean, you
Hey,
could.
Ray, I have sorry, Sacred.
Question. Oh,
I have a thing that kind of bothers me about this way of seeing it. What bothers me is how we actually measure the surface of the Earth. So are you familiar with how we measure the surface of the Earth?
So who's the question directed to? Me?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So with plane surveys, we don't account for curvature, and this is how we build everything. They're good for up to 100 square miles. It's very interesting to me that that's the case when we're saying that the surface is curving. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's just because of our localized representation. We don't see it in our plane of vision as that sphere, as it were. If we could get high enough, we could, and we do that when we go up in aircraft. We can see the curvature of the Earth. You know?
Okay.
So, but
hold on.
said,
Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Because I have something else to say there. So we'll get to the seeing it as you lift off the surface. We'll get to that later. But still, all right, you said in our local view, we can't see the curvature, and we don't measure it. So the thing about that is that these plane surveys are good for a specific distance. That's what they claim. They claim they're good for a certain distance. Now, if you have this distance measured and you build things atop this distance, right? Cities, roads, things like that. You build things. On the next one over, right? So the next area over, they do the same thing, right? So now we have two vast areas where we're building and flying over and experiencing everything as level. Now, where does the curvature ever come in with plane measurements, right? Because you can't, if you're having curvature that is supposedly there from one plane survey to the next, you would see it. But it's never taken into account. It's never done that way. All right. This is something I think you should look into. Now, as for the visuals, this is another problem that I've come across that I really don't understand as well. And this is something that you can look at as you watch video footage of SpaceX and NASA liftoffs, particularly SpaceX, because they go up and they come back. Right. So what you actually see is the horizon expand. All right. And then you see the horizon change as the craft moves and the camera angle changes. That's what you see. So anything in near Earth orbit, we're not experiencing actual curve visually. Farther away from that, I really don't know, but anything in near Earth orbit, that's all optical, and you can view this in the SpaceX launches. In the videos, you can see where the horizon flattens out, where it becomes a certain curvature, then it changes to a different curvature. That's not physical curvature if it's changing, brother.
You mean like when it goes from like concave to convex?
Yeah, exactly. So when you change, so if you're not aware of what I'm talking about, Ray, is when they go up in the SpaceX launches and the craft does its turnaround. All right, what you see is when the camera is facing slightly downwards towards the surface, which is essentially how all of the NASA cameras are positioned. What you see is what we expect to see, the convex curvature of the horizon. And I'm calling it horizon intentfully there, all right, because it's an optical place, not a reality place, Okay, so what we see is that it's curving convexly. But as the camera changes angle to face a little bit more away from Earth, where the Earth's surface isn't the center, right? It's looking up and away. You see that curvature level out completely. Just becomes flat. Now, mind you, this is in near Earth orbit, which is most of our visuals. Then as you tilt the camera up higher away from the Earth, what you do see is that the horizon goes convex, which is extremely odd if it were a physical curve, right? It shouldn't be changing at all if at that height we could see physical curve. So what I'm saying is at that height, we don't see physical curve. We see optical curve. There's a big difference there. Now, beyond that, it's hard for me to gauge. I don't know. Most of the videos, I don't think we get from very far. So these are two things I think you should check into: plane surveys and how they work, and how geodetic surveys incorporate a presumed ellipsoid model. That's not a measured model, it's a presumed model that everything is then mapped to the plane surveys with. All right, so look at that, and then look at the SpaceX launches. It's very interesting.
Yeah, and look at the abyssal plains of the ocean floors, because with our world being more than 70% water and 30% land, those ocean floors show you exactly how flat our world is. So abyssal plain, for example, has thousands of square meters of flatness with no significant drop for curvature. So the geology proves our world to be flat.
Sorry, no, it doesn't. Okay. I've been in an aeroplane really high. I really do encourage everybody to have that experience, okay? And you will see the curvature of the Earth for yourself.
Well, I'm in the Philippines right now, brother, and I've been in an airplane myself a number of times, and I don't see curvature there. What I see is an optical horizon. All right, so if we can make one agreement, let's agree that the horizon is not a physical curve, that it's something created by the limitations and perspective induced by our vision. All right, if we can't agree on that, then we'll never agree on anything.
Sorry, we can't agree then, because empirically evidence suggests that it is an atmosphere that has physical properties, gases and so on.
Right. I'm living in the Netherlands, and on a clear day, we have 40 kilometers of clear sight over the lands over the lands where the cows are standing. There is no curvature.
Well, how about this, guys? How about instead of relying on optics, right? Because there's a lot of variables that go into optics. So it's like we can go back and forth about optics all day, whether we account for certain variables that are affecting our vision, things in the atmosphere. Like there's so many different things that can affect the observation when we're talking about optics. But what if we remove that, right? Like what if we remove optics out of the conversation? This is too many variables. And what if we look at other things that we actually can measure? We actually can empirically verify. Say, for instance, like the electric field or signal propagation. How about that, right? So there are very high frequency waves that propagate for thousands of miles in a linear fashion. Now, the interesting thing about the very high frequency waves, which I learned about a couple of years ago, is that they attenuate very easily. And they're at a specific frequency that would not be affected by the claimed ionosphere. Because they said the low frequencies, typically below 40 megahertz. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, Roy. I don't know if that's your wheelhouse or not. But they say that anything below 40 megahertz typically will be affected by the ionosphere. So if we have something that's typically above 40 megahertz, it would actually penetrate the ionosphere. So we have Marconi, who sent signals from the UK all the way to Australia, but it was low frequency. And they say, well, it must be some signal propagation that bounces off the ionosphere down to the Earth, back up to the ionosphere, down to the Earth, until it reaches its target. We're like, okay, that's a possibility, right? but what if we use a frequency that isn't affected by the ionosphere? So we have like world record long distance, very high frequency waves that have propagated over 2,000 miles. If you were to see something like that, Roy, where someone was in Florida and then shot a very high frequency wave all the way to California or close to California in a linear fashion, and it reached its signal, that has nothing to do with optics. It's linear. How would we explain that on a sphere?
I'd have to see the data, bro, and I'd have to know the frequencies. You could be potentially going right the way straight there, right the way through everything, potentially.
Like through the Earth, you mean?
Through everything, essentially. In other words, like you're doing stuff like outside of like our, what it is, okay, is we don't just think of things now as spatially, we got to think of things temporally. That's what I mean. The whole fundamental framework is changing, okay? It's going to be some massive updates to all of it.
Okay, well, let's say that, right? Let's say that it was there some time variable. Like what would be the geometric effect if it was temporal? Like how does that affect linear propagation of a signal that should be attenuated by the physical curvature of Earth?
Well, imagine that everything propagates not just in the spatial dimensions, but in that temporal dimension, in the fifth dimension, that now equals out all the other dimensions as well, binds them all together. Okay, so that temporal dimension allows things to propagate, as it were, temporally in time, not just spatially.
So hold on, am I getting this correct? Are you abstracting time as like its own thing?
Yes, three-dimensional.
Yes?
Yes, a symmetrical thing itself. So now three-dimensional time. Think of speed, time, and distance metric, but the time variable is now a thing. Okay,
Yeah, I
but it's only accelerated
understand.
level.
I think your theory, these types of theories can explain a lot. However, I do think they are fundamentally off. If you're saying time is its own thing, time is a frequency measurement, nothing more.
Well, it's a difference between change. So without time,
Right.
as it were, there'd be no change. So what we think of it now is
No,
an
without
emergent-
change, there would be no time.
Hold on, D3. Relax.
My
Let me finish this thought.
bad.
Okay, so we consider it an emergent entropic phenomena born of information change. So the length of time is denoted by the resistance to the underlying information change. So
Okay.
matter or motion. So time tells matter how to move now. Matter or motion influence time. So we have a full circle, as it were. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah, wasn't it
emergent-
Newton that said that time and the distance time traveled and the time it took to travel was the same? So that is in its original postulate.
Yes, but it harmonizes them and it regresses down to that temporal hydrodynamic environment, the ether, essentially. So by
Right.
adding that fifth dimension, it gives us the ability to now regress temporally so that we can now say that we don't need two theories of relativity. We don't need one that explains mass and motion
No,
separately.
Because
Okay,
everything basically is ether pressure on the medium. Everything is displacement, basically. Everything
Yes.
going
That's
and
right.
returning to place of origin. That's all,
Right,
and
so-
everything bounces against each other. Every vibration, every frequency.
Right. So that's your plane, okay? So the ether surface, as it were, of our abstract reality is your plane, and everything else is a representation, projection upon it, but is represented in the four dimensions. Okay. So it's like,
Yeah,
so
it's like a wave that
beyond-
goes out in all directions. Basically, when you
Correct.
throw a rock into the water, it goes out from a small wrinkle out to a bigger, until it bounces against an object. Basically,
and those ripples, as it were, in the ether are time ripples in time. Okay, so it's ripples of slowed time.
I'm getting like mixed explanation here. Like because I asked if you were abstracting time away and creating it as its own thing, but then you said like, well, the time is it's tightly correlated with the change. So it's essentially the
Yes.
change. Just so it's not really abstracted. So how does it have its own dimension like you're proposing here? I don't see that.
Okay. Right. Now, when anything is continuous in nature within the cosmos, everything in the cosmos in time is conserved in all ways and in all regards. Okay. The only thing that we don't apply that principle of conservation is to time itself. Now, if we do apply that conservational rule to those moments of time, being that they are continuous in nature, they are given by the conservational rules a continuous symmetry, a fluidity. The fluidity, it will be expressed from that extension of the fourth moment of time into the fifth moment. Okay, the fifth dimension, as it were. Sorry, not moment. So the fifth temporal dimension is a hydrodynamic fluid-like dimension where light in it propagates in the form of waves and waveforms, the medium of a fluid. Okay, so yes, we've got a definition of what actually the ether is now for the first time. Okay.
I still kind of disagree with the assumption that time is its own thing. What you're saying is that there's something there that the light is propagating in, right? And the change is denoting the time. So
consider it frames. Consider the moment of now, an eternal moment, okay, a frame of reference, okay, an entropic moment that is denoted by your entropy, the state of the properties of what make you up, okay? So our properties denote the behavioral outcomes that we are, i.e. we are abstract matter, flesh and blood, okay? Whereas other things could be different flavors of existence, as it were, but still potentially depends how you look at them. So consider things now contextual in their nature rather than dimensionals. You see what I mean? So it's like everything is essentially now a transform of information in the symmetry of time. Okay?
In the symmetry of change.
Well, no, we're going to call it the word time. Okay.
No, that's where we disagree. Time is the mapping. Time is the mapping.
No, but it's the word that humanity has come up with to express the concept of the change of moments. We call it time.
Right.
We don't need to redefine it.
But time is a concept. It's not a thing in the universe.
Yes, but it's not a concept anymore if we nail it down with a framework that unifies everything.
All right. So on this, we'll have to, just like the horizon being optical, we'll have to agree to disagree. But I appreciate the explanations. It really did bring me closer to an understanding of what you guys are talking about. So I appreciate that, brother.
No problem. It's basically, we consider it an entropic phenomena, an emergent form of information change, and that change is the resistance to the change denotes the very lengths of those frames of our reference, essentially, those moments of now. And those moments are now continuous in nature and therefore are governed and trigger conservational symmetry themselves.
Got you. I really think the information bit of it is super interesting.
Right, I'd like to understand, what do you mean by time causes ripples?
Sorry, just to answer the point that someone just made. Yeah, it points to the cosmos being, like I say, apart from those 5 dimensions, potentially more of time, there could be other dimensions to time. We don't know. We've got to explore it now. Okay, we're just at the beginning, just opening the door to this stuff. Okay, so there's lots to learn. Okay, but potentially what we're looking at now is beyond that. Consider things now in a contextual nature, like an onion. Okay, in that we are now transforms, and our context and properties denote our transformation, as it were, in that symmetry of time. And therefore we can change what we're represented as by changing our properties. And we see this like when we see a fluid change to a solid, or it changed to a gas. Those rules of conservation form the very states of our existence, as it were, and determine what we are. But there's a lot more flavors now to explore out there as well in that regard of context, as it were. So an emergent contextual continuum of geometric symmetries within symmetries projected upon that ether, that gauge lattice of time.
Roy, like I wanted you to clarify, what do you mean by ripples of time? What is this? What do you mean when you say that?
Well, that five-dimensional hydrodynamic environment, that fluid symmetry of time, okay, is a fluid-like medium. Light propagates through our cosmos in that virtual-like realm through the form of waves. Well, waves travel in the medium of a fluid. Okay, so we always needed to find what is that fluid, explain where is that fluidity coming from. Well, it comes from just simply applying the laws of conservation to the very moments of our time.
Will I be wrong when I say time, it's more of an effect than something independent on its own?
Yeah, this was a cool conversation.
Anyway, I gotta go, folks. Okay, I've got a meeting shortly.
Hey,
Thanks for
Roy.
stopping by, bro.
Yeah, let me say, Roy, I really appreciate you coming through. It's okay if you don't want to follow me, but if you can, just shoot me a DM because we have these conversations every single week. Friday nights and a Saturday morning. We call it Flat Earth Fridays and the Stationary Saturday. So I would love to like just at least be able to send you because you got your DMs closed. So I don't want to like spam your mentions. Yeah, I don't want to spam your replies like every single week, bro. But if you could just shoot me a DM.
Take it from me. Nature was my guide. Okay, no book. No, yeah, I met Carl when I was, but it was nature that was my guide. And she has told me everything that I need to know. Okay. To provide us Star Trek now, okay? But you've got to get your heads around some empirical facts, okay? Take it from me, please. We
got some, Roy. Hold on. We got some, Roy.
And I love you. I love all of you.
We got some facts, and we got we're doing a PhD night coming up soon.
That sounds good. That sounds
yeah.
good.
So we had our friend Robert Bennett, PhD in physics. He was in here last night. He was going over his alpha model, and I want to invite you back when he comes back to talk to us again. So hopefully you could just shoot me a DM so I could invite you to the space.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to try and wrap up some bits and pieces. Actually, I'm doing a lot on the music at the moment. So
you do music too? Hey, I like Roy, man. Yo, follow Roy, man. I like Roy.
Well, I'm doing some bits and pieces. Most of it's all legacy and all that, and just revamping it, old ideas, basically.
You do singing, or you're a musician like with instruments,
No, synths and loops and levels and pipes and all that sort of shit from an IT background.
Okay. I like it. Multi-dimensional, multifaceted.
Well, some of this shit can better be expressed in music, bro. Tell you.
Hey man, you gotta balance. You gotta balance the left and the right brain, right?
Well, I'm grounded, like I say. I'm normal working class lad who was just bright. Okay, folks, and never went to any super university or the rest of it. Okay, but yeah. Okay, I've been schooling these arseholes for 30 years.
Yeah, let's go, Roy. Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, Roy, you enjoy the rest of your weekend, man. And we'll touch base next week.
And like I say, folks, the message is not just unified physics. That's the side cap, okay? Like I said, when I figured this all out, I had two routes I could go. I thought I'd go science, okay? So sue me, okay? But yeah, the trick is to unify all you lovely folks. Okay, so peace and love. Catch you again. Bye.
Likewise, brother. That was one of the PhDs that we ended up sending with it too late, unfortunately. I'm telling you, man, we make the connections over here, level heads. You know how we get down, bro.
It was a good build, I thought.
Yeah, we had a couple of them from the list come through, so that's pretty cool. Maybe next time with the full throttle, full rollout, we'll get more.
Yeah, I gotta see what the hell I took, because those are the two that I tweeted at last night. They both popped in, so I gotta see what I said to them. I'm about to send the same tweet to all that whole list. No, let me stop. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. Shout out to the PhDs, man. You know, you're gonna get it over here in Flat Earth Fridays. You heard?
Facts. So if you missed it tonight, we had Bennett on. He gave us the breakdown, and we had him go over his alpha challenge for his model. The original $100 till became $1,050 till. So that's pretty dope. Money is safe and held in escrow. I don't want to hear no flat earth grift allegations, but if you definitely got something you want to contribute to that, or if you want to join, I think it's $5. Yes, that's the catch to join the pot to give your idea or rebuttal. So I'm pretty sure Alan or Sacred could give you guys Bennett's email, or you can DM him here and he'll get back to you, hopefully.
Yeah, nah, you better start calling us the Flat Earth Gifters. You heard? Easy on the R. Hard R. No, let me stop. Anyway.
But,
Hey, man, it's episode 119.
we are on last call. We do have Holistic up. I do want to hear from some of the guys up here. I see some listeners in there. I see Dave down there. A couple new speakers and listeners. But Matt, yo, I don't know, man. Like, the mic is yours. It's an open floor. It's been cordial so far, and you've been like strawmanning us. We did not turn up on Roy. We had a cordial conversation with Roy and the other PhD that was here earlier. So if you want to come present something, feel free, bro. I'm not gonna beg you, but don't be strawmanning us in my DM.
Who's that, bro? Who you talking about?
I'll send him your page. I don't know what his stance is. I don't know if he's self-proclaimed anti-flat earther, triggered glober. I don't know. I don't really know.
Going down in the DMs. It go down. It go down like gravity. Stop. Anyway.
But yeah, he's requesting not to be interrupted. So from heads up now, so he can hear me make this on mic. He does not want to be interrupted. He wants to be able to get his full thought out.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. Like we usually have like open discussion with interjection, but if you request that, you don't want no interruptions or no interjections like that, like that's perfectly fine too. I'll moderate for you, brother. But most of the level heads, like we good, like that's why we the level heads, because we respect the mic. What up, Bowser?
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, so it's kind of loud right now. I was hoping to be at a quieter spot before you called on me, but I like to kind of make a biblical analogy that might hit home no matter what you really believe about these PhDs that was kind of bothering me. Especially with when he was so sure about how everything works in space. It's like you can build this beautiful palace on sand and it will fall, and then like us flat earthers, we can build anything from a shack to a nice house, because that's the resources we have. But I still feel it's a better foundation. And what happens is we get lost in all this stuff that they're doing and talking about, but we're overlooking a lot of assumptions. Like, for example, like the round. The only solid we know comes from Earth. That's it. Everything else is a light, and we're assuming it's solid. So if we're going to assume that Mars and Jupiter and the stars are gas balls, sure, everything you're saying and all the math you've done to figure out the way time works might make sense, but you haven't proven to us that those are solid yet. And if that's not the case, that could just be electromagnetic energy in the sky. And if we can't get past that, all your work that you're talking about and all this nature that you're talking about, you're making those assumptions, and they're based on those assumptions. And I kind of like to do that with a meta, like we always, like Taylor's here talking about the hypothesis, null hypothesis, but really especially when you're talking to a PhD, I think they have those two down. The weak spot of anything is always going to be, what did you assume, and what evidence do you have that you think you can assume that and not have to address that first? And like I said, the lights aren't solid objects, is an assumption that he's positive of and he's making, that a lot of flat earthers, I don't know, I want to speak for everyone, kind of accept as, yeah, those are lights. So I don't have to explain why they're spheres because they're lights. So that's all I wanted to say. And thanks for the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually, I really hate this argument that Glober's proposed because even in the heliocentric model, even in the Glober, these are planetary systems. Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, those are gaseous bodies that don't have a surface. You can't land on these balls of gas just floating around each other. Like, it's not a real surface. So the way that they appeal to these lights that we call them wandering stars, it's like it's so odd that they appeal to something that they already deem as not a surface.
yeah, it goes to what the guy was talking about, and I like that guy, but he was very hand wavy when it came to actual evidences of things being not what he thought they were. And like he even dismissed Chris with like, yeah, trust me. Trust me, bro. He actually pulled that one out. But yeah, but it's because they have their models, and that's they fully believe in these models. That's all it is.
I will shoot him a little bail though. It only took me 2 times to ask if he would be open to changing his position, and normally it take the anti-flat earthers more than 10 times before they even acknowledge the question. Hey, if you're faced with some evidence against your belief, will you be open to changing your mind? Sometimes they won't even answer it at all.
Yeah.
So this is one of the benefits of interacting with, like, the SciComm. They tend to have at least somewhat of a base of intellectual honesty, maybe because their name is on the line, which can result in like a fruitful conversation. So I will say that, although, like you said, they really are tied to their models and their life's work, because we gotta put it in perspective. My man said that he put his dissertation out in '97, bro.
Right.
That was before the Hot Boys. Like, come on, bro.
That was before Bling Bling, son.
That's for Bling Bling, bro.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. It's
So,
true.
you gotta respect it,
Fine, bro. I do respect him. I thought he was great, man. He's a great dude to build with.
He has great insight. I just wanted to know, what do you think of his idea of time, taking it as a principle on itself?
I don't agree. I wholeheartedly. Matter of fact, I'm gonna post another physicist, and he's well known in the physics world today. I posted him I think last week as well, but I'll repost it. It's a YouTube video. It's 2 hours long. It's a little bit long, but if you guys have the time, definitely hear what this guy is trying to tell everybody. And one of the things is that it kind of strips the whole idea of this multi-dimensional concept in the way that most people think about it, and I think he's in line with that multi-dimensional, time is its own dimension type of concept. So I don't believe that's true. But yeah. So I don't follow it, to answer the question.
Yeah, but Newton even said it, that the distance and the time it took to travel, he already had it in his calculations. And everybody's always asking, why does Newton work? That's exactly the reason why Newton works, because he had that in his original calculations. Only general relativity threw that totally out with the speed of light and all that bullshit. So basically, if you look at the basic physics and even like Thomson and all that shit from in the past, it explains our world perfectly. But he totally passes that point of globe, because it's just as with Ken Wheeler. When you want to read something in the science world and you want to get your papers approved and everything, you need to follow the narrative, even if you don't agree with that totally.
I'd love to see what Ken Wheeler's explanation for the surface would be.
Ken Wheeler talks about the vector of time for each point in time also.
Yeah, like, I mean, look, time is a good thing, it is a concept that we can use. It does correlate depending how you map it. You can have different measurement systems in time, but Is it its own thing? No, not at all.
No, it's not its own thing, but you can't separate the two, because if you look at the if you look at the maths, if you have a circle, everything is point source basically. It's a point that becomes a line and becomes a circle, becomes a triangle. It's a pattern in a whole basically. So you can't have a point without a line. A line is made up of points, and each point has in space and time has its own vectors in time and space.
See, there you go. You're saying in time and space. No, it's in space. There is no in time. Time is measuring the change in the space. Time isn't. You don't put anything in time.
Yeah, they call it time. He calls it time, but basically what he is telling is displacement in space.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And we call it time, but that's the narrative he has to follow. That's what I mean by saying he needs to follow that line to get anywhere.
I don't know. I mean, he said he wasn't accepted at all, right? His stuff was rejected, so I don't think he's really following. He
kept mentioning this displacement. Don't forget that. He kept mentioning the displacement, and that he calls it time, but basically he's talking about displacement, movement.
Hey guys, real quick, I do want to make sure that I think Matt, I think this is who Proud was talking about.
Matt, come on up.
Yeah, what up, Matt? We're probably gonna wrap it up soon, but I want to make sure that Matt gets a chance to kind of state his piece, let us know what he believes in, and then you know, we can have a little back and forth. What's up, Matt? Welcome to Stationary Saturdays, man.
What's happening? How's it going?
Hey, nobody interrupt, okay? Doesn't want any interjections. Go ahead, Matt.
I talked to you twice before. I don't know if you remember.
119 episodes, a little glitch. My bad, bro.
Anyway, whatever. Well, what I was saying to what is it? Proud Flurf. Like, when you guys argue with people, you kind of go out into the weeds and things get real technical. And I said I didn't want to go on again. Somehow she messaged me tonight, and I haven't talked to anybody from this group in a long time, so it's kind of weird. And this just happened randomly. I said, I don't really want to go on there. I don't really want to argue with flat earthers anymore. I said, if I go on, let me pretend that I'm an idiot that doesn't know anything about anything, and just ask you guys, like, how things happen on the flat earth, because it always turns into explain how this globe thing works and explain how this scientific thing works. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense?
Yeah, we investigate the positive claims of the globe. Yeah, sometimes it does turn into that.
Okay, well, just let me. Okay, I don't know nothing about nothing. If the Earth is flat, how do seasons work? That's kind of what I'm saying. You know, stuff like that. Like, these little rudimentary questions work with a globe. There's no flat Earth model or any other model that anybody's made that they work with.
So a lot of the
I have a
time,
bunch of questions. Okay, maybe I'm open to flat Earth, but all of these things hold me back. Like, I can observe this, like seasons and like sunsets, and the sun doesn't change sizes, and it doesn't disappear with perspective. So just how does that work? You know what I'm saying?
So I think you can hear me. A lot of the time, Matt, when we engage in this conversation, the first thing you said when you came up here is that it often turns to globe Earth and like breaking down and pinpointing globe
I've been
Earth.
on here twice, and it always flips into like the Michelson-Morley experiment and like ether and like all this shit that like kind of gets out in the weeds. But
right,
I
but
never get these
what
little
happened when you asked
questions
for
answered.
flat Earth evidence? As soon as you asked for flat Earth evidence, you deflected to the globe immediately. As soon as you asked us how it works on a flat Earth model, you said it works perfectly on a globe because of this, this, and this. So you see kind of how we always end up in the perpetual loop of talking about globe Earth because you
Well,
guys have
like,
a model that you're putting up flat Earth against. It's not like you're coming into flat Earth blind. You immediately deflected to how it works better on a globe with the
what,
presupposition of I want to come in and understand flat Earth.
what,
So
can I
that's,
say something, please?
yeah, go ahead.
In my brain, those things are explained on the globe, the thing that we're taught in school that you guys don't believe. There is no model where it works. So if you can explain to me how it could work, maybe I would be open to it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fair, but would you actually be open to it, or if when someone presents you with information,
Right, but
are you going to just disagree with it and say, "Nuh-uh"?
if you can legit explain that, but I don't want to assume anything. If you can explain like how seasons work, tides work, sunsets work, and like why the sun goes down and doesn't go off in the distance, then I am listening wholeheartedly, like for real.
Okay, well, I can tackle the sun, right?
Okay.
So when you stand on train tracks, right, you see them converge in the distance. You know they're not really converging in the distance, right?
Right, that's perspective.
You see this if you stand on those tracks and you look to your left, they converge in the left. If you look to the right, they converge in the right. It's doing the same thing vertically, right? If you look straight up, the clouds are nice and full above you. As you look to the left, they all converge down to the horizon. If you look to the right, they all converge down to the horizon. You know
I
they are
understand
really
perspective.
converging. Hold on, let me finish. Right, you asked for an explanation. This is the explanation. The sun follows the same trajectory that those clouds are in your vision. Okay, it starts off at the horizon. It moves from the horizon to a place above you. It moves to the other horizon. At both horizons, it converges into the horizon. It goes far away from you in perspective, the same way the clouds are doing in perspective to the point you can't see them anymore. And it moves, it continues to move. It disappears from the bottom up and drifts off into the distance, taking its light with it. Now, is that fair? I gave you an explanation.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Can I
Okay,
say?
cool.
Can I respond?
Yep, sure.
The Earth or the sun stays the same size, but even if it didn't, if it was a flat plane, it doesn't explain it going like down over the horizon. Like it doesn't explain it disappearing into the ground. And on top of that, take the Burj Dubai. If you watch the sunset and then go to the top, you can watch it again. Like how does that work?
Can I say something?
Hold on. No. Hold
Go
on.
ahead, everybody.
Let me finish with them. Okay. So as you increase in elevation, the horizon expands. Right? You can see farther when you're higher up. That's a simple explanation there. And you said that we didn't explain how it disappears at the horizon. I completely did.
Train track.
It
No,
disappears
but
bottom up as it
you
drifts
said
away.
perspective, and it's
Like,
not
wait, let me
perspective.
finish. I didn't interrupt you. It goes far enough away from you to where the horizon and the distance between you and the horizon, there's atmosphere, right? So the light attenuates as it drifts away from you, taking its light with it, right? As you increase in elevation, you can see farther distances and the horizon gets farther away. So you can see it again. Same thing with like boats on the horizon, right? If we go up, we can see farther out on the ocean. We'll see those boats, whereas if we're down on the ground, we may not see them. That's angular resolution and things disappearing from the bottom up. Okay, go ahead.
Who? Me?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you can elaborate if you
Well,
have any, disagreements
I
with that.
don't want to argue this to death, but with perspective, like the train track analogy you made.
Yeah.
They would get smaller and smaller and smaller off into the distance to where they would disappear into a vanishing point. Like if you're in art, they have vanishing points.
Right.
The sun is the same size all the time, like literally all the time. Same with the moon. They don't change size. So it's, if it was perspective, they would shrink and they wouldn't really sink to the horizon. They would disappear off into the distance.
Well,
Like we've all seen a sunset. They go
What?
down, they go up, they go down.
Okay.
That's not true for your model, though, Matt. Even
I don't
in
have a
the
model.
supposed
I'm
reverse model,
you guys.
the
What's
sun
up?
does change in angular size.
So with the sun, what we're dealing with is we're dealing with a light source that's far away, and it's light coming to us. Right. What we're dealing with on the ground is things within our immediate area. So there's going to be a difference there.
All right. Well, we disagree. Can I?
Okay.
What about
That's
season?
what and see, this is what I'm saying. So now, presented
What?
with evidence or presented with an alternative explanation, you just hand wave dismissed it. And that's what we're saying. Like, are you actually going to be open to doing some research on this, or are you just going to hand wave dismiss everything with nah?
Well, I mean, can I be? I don't want to argue with you guys. I didn't even want to come on here.
Oh, you
Can I give a
What
better
to
explanation of
me
why the
that?
sun sets from the bottom up?
go ahead, Platter Dave. You do it better than I do.
Yeah.
All right.
Go.
I'm gonna.
What's up,
What's
Dave?
your call? Hey, caller. Thanks for the call. I think your question is an honest and legitimate one, but my explanation is going to take a few minutes. So is everybody okay with going a few minutes on this?
Yes,
Sure.
sir.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So the explanation, the difference between zooming in on a boat and zooming in on a celestial object, anything above the atmosphere, are two completely different things. They have some similarities, but they're different. When you're zooming in on a boat, the boat is just getting too small for you to see, and you can zoom it in and bring it back. When you go watch the sunset and then go up in a building really tall, which you've probably never done, you've just heard stories about it. Yes, sometimes you can see the sun again, but not always. It depends on how high it is, and it depends on why the sun is setting. What do I mean by why? Because it sets for different reasons. It's going away, and there's different things. Sometimes there's a mountain in the distance. So imagine yourself standing right next to a mountain. So it's towering over your head, and it's noon, the sun's directly above you, and the sun passes away from you and it goes beyond the mountain. You can't see it anymore, but you know it's not below the horizon, it's just beyond the mountain. Now, if you went backwards 20, 30 miles, 40 miles, that top of the mountain will look like it's at your eye level, but it's still thousands of feet above your eye level. And the sun, as it moves away, it goes down like streetlights go down due to perspective, and it eventually goes beyond the mountain. If you drew a line from your eyes skimming the top of that mountain from 20 miles away, to you, that line would look level with the earth. But in reality, if I was over standing next to the mountain, I would see a line coming from your eyes sloping up thousands of feet into the air to the mountain. And if you extend that tangent from my eyes, skimming the top of the mountain up into the sky, as the sun moves beyond that tangent, to me, the person that sees the level line will see the sun setting below a level surface. The person standing next to the mountain or on the mountain will just see the sun moving beyond the mountain. It's all optics. It's completely doable, testable, and understandable. A simple demonstration you can do yourself is, let's say you have a fence 5 feet tall, a wood fence in your yard, and you're sitting down in your yard, and your neighbor comes over and he's talking to you, and you can see him from the shoulders up. He starts walking away from you, and his head will disappear from the bottom up due to perspective. You completely understand that, but his head will disappear from the bottom up. Now, if you were sitting 100 yards away from that fence, the top of the fence would appear to be at your eye level. And when that guy walks away, eventually you would see his head set from the bottom up beyond the fence, which is over your eye level. So the horizon is always, when you're talking about celestial objects, thousands and thousands of feet above your objects, not just mountains, but the atmosphere itself could be, let's say the atmosphere is just 10,000 feet. All of that 10,000 feet becomes opaque and compresses into a line that we call our horizontal eye zone or horizon. So anything above it is just going to go beyond it. And when something goes beyond something opaque, you cannot zoom it in. However, if the sun is setting behind, let's say, some mountains in the distance that you can't really see because they look like the horizon. If you go up in a building or on top of a hill or whatever that's taller than the mountain, you'll see the sun again if you can get up there quick enough. That's how it sets. And once you wrap your mind around that, you can no longer use that excuse. But the globers, and I'm not calling you a glober because that's an insult. The professional globers out there that hate flat Earth, they will say no flat earther will ever address it. Not only do we address it, we go over it in detail. We completely destroy it. And they just don't have the capability of understanding it. I hope that you do. Did I explain that okay?
Yes. Can I respond?
Please.
You just explained visual obstruction. That's to me.
Sure.
Like, yeah, that's it. Very in depth, though. By the way.
But the atmosphere is like if you and I were standing in front of each other and we
Well,
had
everybody was
a
rubber
crystal
bands for
clear
me.
piece of hold on. If you and I were standing between and we had a crystal clear piece of glass, a window between us, it was perfectly clean. It'd be hard to even see the window, and we could see each other. We could wave. I could shine a flashlight on you. You would see it. The light would go on you. And if I put 2 panes, 3 panes, 10 panes, 100 panes, after a while, you wouldn't be able to see me, and no light would even get through there. That's what the atmosphere does. So picture the atmosphere like glass. It's a gas. Over 50 miles, it becomes opaque. 100 miles, it becomes opaque to reflected light. And or even the sun source light, a couple hundred miles, and it literally becomes opaque. And not only does it become opaque, it compresses from the top down to your apparent eye level. So anything above it is just going to go beyond it, like the guy going beyond the fence or the sun going beyond the mountain. It's visual obstruction. You nailed it. That's why the sun sets.
So you're saying when we see a sunset, it's because there's so many layers of atmosphere. We're not actually seeing it go behind the Earth
You're
at
just
the
seeing it
same
go
time.
beyond. Right, you're seeing it go
We're seeing some
beyond
of
the
the
visual
atmosphere.
limit of your eyes. Now we have, if you go on my YouTube channel or just look up sunset at Canigou Mountain from Aluja, France, and you'll see that the sun goes beyond Canigou Mountain, and it looks like it's setting below the mountain. But the mountain, according to globe math, is already a half a mile below the Earth's curve. So what's going on there? And then also on my channel, you could find the sun fade out, where on a super clear day from altitude, super cold, super dry, I film the sun just fading out into obscurity, not even setting. It just disappears into the clear sky because its light can no longer push through the thickness of the atmosphere. The sun's light is the brightest light we all know, and its light can push farther than reflected light. But it will also get attenuated by the atmosphere. That's not a flat Earth theory. That's not a globe Earth conspiracy theory. It is a fact of nature. Light attenuates through the atmosphere.
Right. Okay, but like, what if you watch the sunset on a beach over the ocean and you can clearly see quarter go down, half go
Yeah.
down, 3/4
So
go
so
down,
you
all go down.
completely did not understand anything I said. So when you
I
look up at the cloud,
did,
let's say there's
but it
say some
doesn't make
spotted
sense.
cumulus clouds in the sky. You get that cloud deck, and over your head, let's say the clouds are 10,000 feet over your head, but 20 miles in the distance, they look like they're touching the water, right? So at that
That's
distance.
perspective.
So at that distance, 10, 20, 30 miles away, 40 miles away, you can't tell the difference between the cloud and the opaque Earth. And the sun is just above it. And as the sun goes beyond it, because those clouds are 10,000 feet above your eyes, the sun just goes beyond it like the person's head in your neighbor's yard as he walks away. It goes beyond that cloud fence, right? That's all it's doing. But to you, those clouds look like the horizon of the Earth because that's what you've been programmed to believe.
Okay. Explain it with an ocean sunset
Yeah, so an ocean
with
sunset,
no
no
clouds,
clouds in the sky.
no obstruction.
No, so that is where even on the clearest of day, and my sun fade out videos prove that on the clearest of days, No clouds. The atmosphere, let's just say the atmosphere is 10,000 feet, 10,000, it's more than that. It's 30,000 feet, 50,000 feet. All of that compresses into your eye level and it becomes opaque like glass. Like get 100 panes of glass, you can't shine a light through it, or maybe 200 panes, whatever the number is. So the sun just goes beyond it, and you see a level line. You think it's Earth curve. You have no proof of that, even though it's straight, right? And it just goes beyond it. Boats go into it. The sun goes beyond it.
All right. So, okay, I hear what you're saying. Like, I get it. Like, you're saying it compresses.
I have some great videos on it. If you watch the videos, I really explain it on my YouTube channel. DITRH stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. DITRH. Just check those out, and it'll help you visualize what I just explained.
Here comes the nuh-uh.
Well, no, I'm really trying not to argue with you guys. I said I've been on here twice, and like we argued, and it's pointless.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? How perspective makes things disappear from the bottom up? Do you understand how your neighbor's head disappears from the bottom up? Do you understand how your neighbor's head would disappear from the bottom up as he walks away? It's the exact same thing. His head is the sun, the fence is the atmosphere, and you're sitting on the ground. Put everything into the distance, and it looks like it's at your eye level.
Okay, let me respond.
Yes.
The sun is a giant light, a giant burning ball of gas, if you will, in the sky that is ever present and always there.
So hang on. So I want to get this straight. In your world, the sun is a burning ball of helium and hydrogen that's burning in a space vacuum that's holding on to Earth and Pluto and ignores our moon. Go ahead, continue.
No, don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not getting off.
Don't obfuscate Narnia with reality. Go ahead.
The sun is always in our sky. We always see it. It's a big light. How
Not
about
always.
that?
I don't see it at nighttime.
Oh shit! Stop. Just let me. Come on.
Good. Make your point.
So you're saying that the sun that always stays the same size, which is however far away.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We filmed it with solar filters, getting smaller, hooking to the right. We film it getting smaller. It is hard to film the sun because of glare, but it does get smaller when you have days where you can film it where there's no humidity in the sky. We have many videos of it shrinking to a tiny point. We have videos of it getting bigger. We have videos of it getting smaller. Those are all other things. So you were talking about sunsets. Now you're skipping over what I just completely disproved, and you're trying to go to the angular size of the sun. Is that correct?
Well, no, because I have seen these videos. I disagree with you. You have filters on. The sun never changes size. We're going to disagree all day. I didn't want to do this.
Well, let's stick. You know what? I only came on for one thing. I don't want to occupy all of this time. We're just talking about sunsets setting from the bottom up. Did you understand my point?
Yes.
Okay. So are you going to go check it out yourself, do some experiments, and see if you can recreate it?
That's a no.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
All right.
Because
hey, I'm gonna pass the ball back. But thanks for going. I'll be on the sideline if you want me again.
That's why I didn't want to do this. Like, because
thanks, Dave.
He just made like the most ridiculous explanation ever, and I totally disagree. But I don't want to fight.
That was the most ridiculous explanation of actual fact that cannot be denied. That's ridiculous.
This dude is a
witch. The sun every fucking day. It does the same thing every day. It doesn't change size every fucking day. Sun sets, sun rises. It goes up, it goes down.
Incorrect.
It doesn't disappear in the distance.
It looks different every day.
Wait, this dude came into the conversation like, wait, you guys always want to talk about interferometry, and that's out in the weeds.
What? Oh, no, his explanation is retarded. I'm sorry. It's really dumb, and I don't really want. I have argued with flat earthers enough. I don't want do this. Really.
Hey, can I ask one quick question? And no disrespect. Are you drinking alcohol right now?
No.
Have you been drinking alcohol today?
No. Have you?
He's just high on life.
Okay, that's cool. All right, he's just a happy guy. Go ahead.
So Matt, I could either post a video up top because we actually had a space on the angular size of the sun changing throughout the day. So I could put that in the nest up top, or I could send it to your DM. Where would you like me to put it so that way
you can put it? I'll take a look.
Okay.
Can we go to my next question?
Yeah, I'll make sure I send that.
How do seasons work?
Didn't we already talk about that?
No, we've been talking about sunsets the whole time.
Okay. Does anyone want to take seasons? I mean, I could if you guys.
I mean, I'll do it, but go ahead. You do it.
No, go ahead, Dave. You do the best explanation, bro. I'm gonna grab him the sun video.
Is
After
Dave the same guy?
on his way through the sunsets, are you guys sure you want to do that?
No, we want to make sure that
Hey.
we answer every question, so that way he can't say that we didn't. So whether he accepts it or not, he can't walk away and say that we didn't answer it. He could just walk away and say he doesn't agree with it. I'm cool with that, because that's his prerogative. I can't force him to believe anything. But if he walks away and says that we answered the question and he don't believe it, that's fine. So I'm gonna go grab that.
I like that. I like that.
I should probably go. I don't want to fight you guys.
Bro, nobody's
I mean,
fighting.
I'll answer this. I'll answer the seasons thing for you, but I got a couple questions for you, which I need you to answer. You cool?
Well, yeah, here we go. You got technical out in the weeds questions for me. Let's do it.
I mean, the guy that asked about the seasons. Let me ask you a question. If you had a ball, like a basketball, and there's no axis, it's not moving or anything, can you tilt that basketball?
Why would you ask me that?
Well, I'm asking you that. Can you tilt a basketball?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so you can tilt it. You can tilt the top over. Is tilting the side the same thing as tilting the top?
You cut out.
Is tilting the side the same thing as tilting the top? Let me put on my headphones. It'll be easier.
You could tilt it in the same way the Earth tilts easily.
Well, my question is there a difference between tilt up diagonally? Is there any difference?
You guys are cutting in and out.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Ask again. I'm listening. Just ask again, please.
Is that better? So if you tilt the basketball in any direction, it's really the same thing. If I turn it 15 degrees from top to bottom or left to right, it's still turning 15 degrees. So the answer is yes, you can tilt the basketball in any direction you want. Okay. So what causes the seasons on Earth? Why is it colder in the winter in the north in December in the north than it is in July?
Because the northern hemisphere tilts away from the sun and the southern hemisphere tilts towards the sun.
Right. So we have more direct angle of the sun. Very good. So the sun rays are all coming in parallel because it's so far away, even though no one's ever experienced that, but we'll just assume it's true. Right. So even though we're 3.5 million miles closer to the sun in December, it's the tilt that matters, correct? Not the distance.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. In June here in Connecticut, when I'm out at the beach, on the water, whatever, and the sun appears on the horizon, immediately I can feel the heat on my face. I can feel the heat of the sun. Now, what tilt angle is that sun to the Earth? Is that a direct angle, or is it the most possible tilt it could be, which would be 89 degrees?
It's sunrise in summer.
Yeah, well, sunrise in summer, the sun's tilt angle to the Earth is as extremely tilted as it could be, because if it was tilted any farther, it would be below the horizon. Plus the fact that we're 3.5 million miles farther from the sun, it should be arctically freezing in the heliocentric model. But then in December at noon, when the sun is, let's say it's 50 degrees up in the sky, it's not that high, but it's high, it's way off the horizon. I could look at the sun and I can't even feel the heat on my face. We're 3.5 million miles closer to the sun in the heliocentric model. I have more direct sunlight because the sun is coming in at a much more direct angle. I can't even feel the heat. Once you can wrap your mind around that, you'll understand that
the Earth is tilted.
So you can only tilt the Earth in one way that matters. So the tilt in relation to the sun only matters when you tilt the axis and not the equator. Is that what you're saying? You're not thinking, because you're saying because of the sun. Hold on, let me tell you what you think you understand, right? The sun's rays come through the atmosphere at a more direct angle because of the tilt of the Earth. Well, what about the tilt of the Earth at sunrise? the sun rays are going completely across the horizon, across the atmosphere. It should be the coldest day on Earth, sunrise on June 21st.
Well, hold on, Dave. Let's pivot a little bit, because what Matt said when he came in here, just to support Matt a little bit, he did say he didn't want to go into refuting the globe. He said he wanted to. Hold on. Let me just.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're changing what you're saying, but you came in saying that you wanted some flat Earth explanations. So I just.
all right. I'll get to the explanation.
Questions, and you're not answering the question.
I'll answer the question right now.
You're trying to refute.
Here's a. Well, I'm just showing you.
Why are you just repeating what I just said, bro?
I'm showing you how ridiculous the globe is. But here, I'll answer your question. It's warmer in the summer because the sun is closer to your position, right? When the sun comes in towards the Tropic of Cancer, it is warmer in the north because we're closer. The sun is higher in the sky because it's closer. Just like the street light I'm standing under is high in the sky, but the one down the road, we'll say that one south of me, is lower in the sky. So if you and I were standing out in the middle of a cold field, and somebody was holding a heat lamp 10 feet over your head, and I'm 20 feet away from you, you're warm, I'm cold. That heat lamp is high in the sky for you, but it's low in the sky for me. And if that person walked over to me, keeping the heat lamp at the exact same height, it's going to get higher in the sky for me, and it's going to get warmer for me, and it's going to get colder for you and lower for you. That is the 100% explanation of how seasons work on a flat Earth, and there's no denying it, even if you're a glober.
Can I talk for a minute, please?
I'm done. Thank you for listening, though. You're good. You're good. You're good not to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay. This is why I didn't want to argue with you guys, because then I'm
not arguing. I'm explaining. I'm answering your question. Yeah.
Because I have to ask, if we're going to get into it, I would have to ask what model you guys believe in. But you guys always say we don't really have a real model. We just refute the globe model or the heliocentric model or whatever.
We have lots of explanations. We don't have an exact model, but me speaking for myself, I believe in a circling sun.
Like the disc that is the most normal one, none of that would work. But you say you don't have a model.
I don't believe in who believes in a disc?
Built in.
Who believes in a disc?
Immediate refusal. Built in immediate response. Oh, we don't have a model. Like,
no, you said that. I didn't say that. You said that.
Do you believe in a disc?
You say that. I don't. Who believes in a disc is my question. I don't know anybody.
So then you agree you don't have a model. So you have
you have a built-in
excuse to not answer the question.
Okay. Hold on. Let me jump in real quick. Let me just clarify something. So Matt, you didn't come in here and say, I want you to explain every single piece of the flat Earth in one breath. You didn't say that. You said I have a couple of things. No. Hold on. Please don't interrupt, because I've been helping you out.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
I said go ahead.
Hold on, Matt. Hold on. You didn't come in here saying present a fully working functional model. That's not what you said. You said you had specific questions about specific observations. So we have been going through each one of your points. And now that we've been appealing to your requests, you're now saying,
I say something real quick?
Yo, Matt, do you see how you're doing?
Real quick. One thing. Well, no.
I'm gonna let you interrupt, but you didn't want nobody to interrupt you. This is why we got into it last time.
So I just preambled saying I didn't want to argue with you guys because I know you don't have a model, and I know that you don't like going with a model. I said this is why it's hard to talk to you guys, because I know you don't have a model, so I can't say on this model how does this work. I didn't present it as if you guys know everything. I said this is why I can't have this conversation, because
hold on, Dave. I got it.
Like, you heard me say that, right?
Matt, you did not come in here asking for a model. You asking for specific observations. That is that is completely different. If
You
you
just
wanted it,
disregarded everything
Matt,
I
you're
just said.
interrupting again, Matt. Every time you interrupt, you make it so we have to argue. This is the problem. If you don't want to have a back and forth conversation where you speak and then I speak and then you speak, then it's going to turn into an argument. I'm just highlighting the fact that you came in here with a specific request. My co-host let everybody know what your specific requests were. You did not say you wanted a model. You said you wanted to understand specific observations on a flat Earth. Then you went into the specific observations, and we've been addressing them one by one by one by one. Now, at the end of each explanation, you are now saying, oh, you guys don't have a model. Now, what we would normally say to that, bro, is that the globe doesn't even have a working model. But then you're going to criticize us for holding you to the same standard that you're trying to hold us to.
Right. It's
That's
worse than
why
that, Sacred. It's worse than that. He then says, "Oh, your thing doesn't work on a disk." Who here believes we live on a disk?
right, that's the other part. That's a straw man. Like we
Can I
don't say
say
that we
something?
live on a disc. So we just want to make sure that we're getting you the information that you're asking for, Matt. But as we're giving you the information, you can't change the parameters. Okay? And if you're gonna hold us to a specific
Okay.
standard, we want you to hold yourself to a specific standard. So if I'm just gonna say this one last thing, and then I'm gonna let you go because it
What?
seems like you really want to speak in the middle of me talking. Okay, if you are going to request a fully functional flat Earth model, that's fine. We're going to do the same thing for you with the globe model. So don't get upset if we hold you to the same standard. Go ahead.
Okay. I didn't ask you for a model. I said this is why these conversations never work, is because you don't have a model. But you guys just seem to have overlooked that. I know you don't have a model. I've heard you argue. I have argued with you or talked with you before. I never said a disk. I said, do you believe in a disk? And he said, no, nobody does. And I said, exactly. So these conversations to me always turn into you guys, like flat earthers, don't really have to commit to any beliefs at all. All you have to do is present questions about a globe. And as far as the globe model, I believe in the globe model, and I can answer like the whole reflected light in the June question and all that. It's like, it's easy. Everything works as far as sunsets, seasons, tides, seeing a sunset twice, going up a building, all of that works on a globe model. It just all works as far as like the sun and the stars and the planets and all that. Like, it works. All you guys do is just try to poke holes in it because you don't have any firm basis to say this is what we believe. That's all I was saying.
All right, I'm going to respond now.
Go ahead.
So you
Thank you
asked
for letting me
you,
talk.
no problem. You asked us about sunsets, right?
Right.
Did we tell you how sunsets didn't work on a globe?
No. That
Right.
was
Right.
I'm sorry, but that
That's
was
all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. I'm just at this yes no question. So we didn't ask you questions about that. We told you how it worked on a flat Earth. I'm going to say the same thing too. When you asked about seasons, didn't we explain to you how seasons work on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
No.
Didn't
But
flat
no,
Earth
the
Dave?
other guy said, why does the
Didn't
sun not reflect at us?
didn't flat Earth Dave explain to you exactly how the sun moves on a flat
No,
Earth?
he asked me a question about why isn't it freezing in the morning on June. He didn't tell me how seasons work.
No, he started by explaining how the globe doesn't work. And I stopped him and I said, hey, Dave, Matt doesn't really want to hear about the globe. He wants to hear about how it works on a flat Earth. Do you remember that, Matt?
Right. Yeah. And then he asked me a question about why it wasn't cold on June in the morning. He didn't explain anything. He asked me a question and told me to explain it.
Bro, he literally walked you through the entire thing.
What was it? Repeat it.
Bro, the sun moves. It goes up and down in elevation and it moves further and away from us. So when it's lower in the sky, it's cooler. And when it's higher in the sky towards you, it's warmer. That's very simplistically in a short amount of time. He went into more detail and you didn't retain any of the information. Do you remember him speaking to you about the elevation of the sun?
Yes.
So then why are you saying he didn't explain it to you then?
He didn't. I said, how do seasons work on a flat Earth? He said, why isn't it freezing on June in the morning? Nobody explained why it's hot in the north during the summer months and it is hot in the south during like the winter months up north. Nobody explained that. He just said, how come it's not freezing at June in the morning? Did he not say that? Did he explain it further and I missed it?
He gave you all the details, but I'm going to allow him to explain it again. But I'm gonna have one more question for you, just so that we don't waste any time. Is it possible to explain observations without having a model?
Yeah.
Thank you for being honest about that. So if we can explain observations, there's no point of you complaining about not having a model. All right. So let's put a pin in the model. Let's not deflect from that. I want Dave.
Hey, I need 2 minutes. I'll be right there in 2 minutes.
Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Is there anything else that you want to go over before Dave comes back and explain to you about seasons?
Tides. How do tides work?
Okay, tides is a little bit more in depth. There's a lot of different theories about tides. We have a cyclical nature in the ocean. As a matter of fact, Shane actually dropped a whole video on tides. Let me see if I can find it real quick for you.
Excuse me, Sacred. Hey, this is Super. There's hands up. I've been waiting for a while, but if the guy doesn't know the real simple stuff about flat Earth, and you're gonna go into tides, you're gonna wait. He's wasting our time.
Yeah, I understand, man.
I will go.
Yeah, it's not about wasting our time, bro. Like, we here for the go birthers. In order to explain
I'm never gonna agree with you. You're never gonna agree with me. We've done this twice, and this happens every time. So I'm ready to go. I didn't even really want to do this. I don't hate you guys or nothing like that. We're never gonna agree, so it's kind of really pointless.
Proud, did you invite him to come up here? Because if you did, then that's fine. Like, we don't gotta waste no time. But if he asked to come, then I don't understand what's going on.
I did kind of invite him because he was like strawmanning us listening to Roy. And it's like, bro, we've been cordial with Roy.
Hold on, don't interrupt my co-host while she's talking. Don't interrupt my co-host.
We were literally engaging with Roy. We had other PhDs on stage, and he was kind of being condescending. So it was like, bro, we have open mics if you want to come engage. Then miraculously, I see him tweeting at flat earthers. So it kind of seemed like he's a little anti on the TL. I was kind of warning him, like, don't tweet at us crazy. I don't want to see no evidence and denying evidence in the same sentence with Flat Earth Fridays because we here. And then he told me he didn't want to be interrupted. Maybe he said something about a map. I don't know if I read that DM. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
I just sent you one last night.
Okay. So basically, from what I understand, Proud is saying that Matt's saying, I don't want to talk to you guys. I just want to tweet at you, and I don't want you to reply to me because we're gonna reply, and this is us replying while we're on a mic. So
that's not at all what happened.
I just didn't want it to be a situation like in some of his tweets where he's saying we ignore evidence. Flat earthers don't want to address it genuinely, and he was in here and we don't send him a mic. So if he's not going to go to the TL with that same rhetoric moving forward, that'll be great. But maybe he just wasn't in the mood to argue it today. Maybe he'll come back another day where he's more equipped to like fully argue it.
He's gonna do it because I completely explained how flat Earth works, on how seasons work on a flat Earth,
No, you didn't.
and he didn't retain any of the information. I will
Do it again, please. I will listen quietly.
He's gonna do it because I completely explained how flat Earth works, on how seasons work on a flat Earth, and he didn't retain any
No,
of the
you didn't.
information. I will do it again.
Do it again, please. I will listen quietly.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dave.
Are you familiar with the flat Earth model and the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn? Yes or no?
You don't have a model.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Gleason's map?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer?
Well, are you saying you're going by the Gleason map on this?
I'm asking you if you're familiar with these things.
Yes, I am familiar
Okay.
with it. Yes.
I subscribe.
going by
I'm
that
going to tell you what I subscribe to, and whether you believe in this model or not doesn't matter. I'm going to explain seasons. It would be the same.
This is a bad idea.
If you cannot interrupt, that would be fantastic. So, do you understand that on the circling sun that we say it migrates inwards to June 21st to the Tropic of Cancer, 6 months outwards to the Tropic of Capricorn? Are you familiar with that? I can't hear anything. Hello?
I think he's muted.
Oh, sorry, I'm here. Sorry. Are you saying on the Gleason map?
I'm saying on the Gleason's map. Are you familiar that the sun migrates 6 months out, 6 months in? Okay.
Yes, but if you're using the Gleason map, the sun would have to accelerate in the
So now are we
hemisphere.
talking about the acceleration or are we talking about seasons? Let me know which one you want me to explain.
I'm saying that's why seasons don't work, because the sun doesn't change speed.
Would you like
On
the
the Gleason
transition
map.
to the sun does change speed? Would you want to get into, do you want to go there?
Sure. Prove that one.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Geez.
This is why there's no model.
I don't think that you're capable.
Didn't we just agree that we wasn't going to bring up model, Matt? You just said that we can explain observations without going to
we
the.
were talking about the Gleason map.
Bro, you just said we didn't have to. You just said
that.
that we did not have to have a model to explain observations. So please stop derailing.
So on seasons, it's very simple.
Well, no, but
it's
he's
very
using
simple.
that as-
The sun is higher. All right,
He's using
listen.
that as
Listen.
this example.
The sun is higher in the sky when it's closer to you. It appears higher than when it's farther to you, just like a street light above you is higher and the one down the road looks lower. If the sun is closer, it is warmer. And when it's farther, it is colder. Seasons explained on a flat Earth.
Are you using the
I'm
Gleason
using a
map when you
street
say
with
that?
street lights. That's my model. Okay? If the street lights were suns, the one that is over your head is going to keep you warmer than the one that's down the block. That's the model I'm using.
Okay, so
I live on a street light. I live on a
it's
street.
warmer at noon.
That's my flat Earth.
It's colder at night.
It's colder at night. Correct. True.
That's not the season.
I'm not that you're talking about day and night. I'm talking about the sun comes around, warms the earth cools at night. Then it comes around again, it warms the earth, and then it cools at night. But if it doesn't warm the earth enough during the day, like it does in the winter, then it gets colder. And the next day's colder than the day before. So there's a certain part of the year, depending on your latitude, where the cooling at night outruns the heating of the day. But then around March, I'm explaining it.
Explain the depending on latitude. Explain the depending on my latitude. Why is it hot in the winter month in the south and hot in the summer months in the north? Given if you're in the northern hemisphere.
In the northern hemisphere, in the summer, in our summer, in June, the sun is closer to us and it's farther from the outer south. Just like I'm saying. So if I'm standing under a streetlight and I'm in North America and the streetlight down the road is Australia, when my streetlight is on, I'm warm and they're cold. That streetlight's high in the sky. They see it low in the sky. And then when that...
How does that
because
happen?
the sun migrates in and out.
On what?
On the sky. What are you talking about? On what?
The sun moves, bro. In a
That's what I'm
flat
saying.
Earth, the sun moves. It's not stationary like how y'all believe in the globe Earth, well, relative in the solar system. The sun is the actual thing that's moving. Do you get that?
Yes, but with your built-in excuse of you don't have a model.
Oh my goodness.
No, we do. I do.
We really do, bro.
This guy
We're
doesn't
just
want to
not
learn
trying
anything.
we're just not diverting to your argument tactic of thanks for explaining that to me, but you don't have a model, so I get to disregard what you're saying.
He didn't explain
He
shit.
just explained it. He just explained it. I asked you if he explained it. You said yes. Then I had him explain it again.
No, I didn't.
Bro, I literally said, do you remember him?
no.
I said, do you remember him at telling you about the elevation and the distance of the sun? And you said yes. Then you said that didn't explain it. So then he explained it again. So he just explained it again. Without,
so I don't get it then.
Thank you. Fine. Then say that. If you don't get it, say that, bro. Stop saying we didn't explain it when we're literally taking all this time with 4 or 5 hands and 4 or 5 requests, focusing the entire space on your inquiries. Okay? We are literally doing.
Let me tell you what I don't get.
That's fine, bro. But can you acknowledge that we did go through the information, whether you understand it or not?
There was information.
Thank you for acknowledging. We gave you. Thank you for acknowledging. I just want to say thank you for acknowledging that we gave you the information for the inquiries that you asked for.
Okay. Can I just say what I gotta say, and then I'm gonna end because this is silly and I'm wasting your time. He said if you're under a streetlight, that streetlight is hot or say it's a heat lamp. The one to your south is not touching you, it's not hot. That is not an explanation for the seasons. He said it rises and drops or something like that.
Oh
my God.
It's honestly the most simple
Things were
explanation.
not explained.
Bro, it's probably why you don't understand it, because you said or something like you're not retaining the information. So that's fine, bro. Like it may take you a few times. Nobody became a flat earther overnight. I don't think that you have any intentions of finding the truth in the things that we're saying, and that's cool. But I think the biggest disconnect that we're having is that you're not retaining the information that we're giving you. And again, like it's a lot. We're not expecting you to understand everything on a flat earth. I mean, they don't even do that on a globe earth. Even at top, we talked to like 2-3 PhDs today. Between last night and today, we talked to like 2-3 PhDs, and they all say the globe earth don't work. We don't understand it. We need new models, new physics. Every single one of them. And if you don't believe me, listen, just one last thing. If you don't believe one last thing. If you don't believe me that y'all don't even have a model and that the PhDs don't understand everything, go back and listen to the replay. And you can go sit through it and be like, damn, even the PhDs, the ones that got all the science, all the physics for decades, don't understand globe, earth, heliocentrism, gravity, and all that different type of stuff, okay? So I'm just saying, bro, we can explain observations without having a model because y'all don't either. So I really want to get off of that. We have Shane up here if you want to talk about tides. I sent you some information in your DM so that way you could take your own time to look at some of the things on your own time. But you're here now. I'm going to give you one more inquiry because I think you want to talk about one more thing, and then we're going to get to the rest of the ends, all right?
No, I'm just going to close it out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will never be a flat earther. Like, I know that for sure. Like, when I ask these questions, I'm being dead serious because I know it's something you can't explain. And believe it or not, I'm not just being a douchebag. The explanations given to me are, I'm sorry, they're just stupid. You might not think so. I don't hate you guys or want to argue. I said a million times I'm ready to go. I don't want to do this. I do not feel like anything was explained. Saying that the sun shrinks when nobody has observed that is just silly, and just saying that it disappears because the atmosphere is too thick to me is silly. Like, the sunset is red or pink because the atmosphere is too thick. But we can all observe the sun going up and down. We all know the seasons. It's, summer months, hot in the north, and cold or hot in the south during our winter months. He didn't explain that. He just said, the sun's not near you, therefore it's not hot.
Yes, that's what I said.
What I heard.
That's what I said. Exactly. You got it.
Exactly. And that's stupid.
I will never be a flat earther. You guys can never explain anything. And everything you said is the opposite of reality. Hey, Sacred, can you put up a poll? Troll, drunk, or stupid? I'm just curious on what people think.
Nah, we can't do no polls because we had some anti-flat earthers buying the polls. But listen, I do want to say one thing, Matt.
Go ahead.
I do appreciate you having the courage to come talk to a bunch of flat earthers and Flat Earth Fridays, because there's a lot of people who do engage in this conversation that's scared shitless to come up here and talking to us, right? So I am gonna give you a compliment. Hold on. Yeah, that's why I'm giving you a compliment, bro. Please don't interrupt my compliment, even though you kind of wasted all of our time. But I'm saying at least you have the courage to come up here. So I'm saying that just to build a bridge. But I will say this, bro. I really would encourage you to go rewatch episode 119, because what you said right now was very interesting. You said, I will never become a flat earther. Now, I just talked to a PhD about 2 hours ago, and he was in here for about 3 hours. A PhD physicist, globe earther, heliocentrist, like full blown into everything. I asked him, I said, hey, Mr. PhD, if you were provided with evidence that the earth is flat, would you accept it? First thing he said to me was, the earth's a globe. I said, yeah, but if we provided you with evidence that the earth was flat, would you accept it? And what the PhD physicist said to me was, if it was empirically verified evidence, yes, I would. Now the PhD,
I heard
right,
that.
hold on. Last thing. So the
I heard him.
Hold on, bro. So the PhD physicist that is fully dedicated, decades invested into the sciences, is willing to update his position in the face of new evidence, but you won't. I want you to think about that.
You didn't hear me. I heard him say that, and so would I.
That's the opposite of what you just said.
But you cannot present that evidence.
But that's not what you said.
All
right, man.
All right, man. It's fun. It was fun again. It always
you love it over here, bro. You just got to be more honest with yourself. That's all. But take care, man.
I think
good luck on your journey to
your
truth.
With everybody.
Later, dude. Hey, there's other globers.
All right, man. Have fun talking about me for the next 10 minutes.
Check your DMs though, bro, because all that evidence is in your DMs, so you can't run from it.
I will watch it.
All right.
I will watch it. All right. Later, guys. Goodbye.
Dude, I love when people just say stuff about which they heard someone else say, like tides prove stuff, eclipses prove it, you guys don't want sunsets, darkness. Like, I got this all day.
Yo.
I did not do that, you motherfucker.
Are you still here? Why are you still
going, dude?
Well, I gotta monitor the shit talking.
He doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to leave. Hey, Holistic, what up, man? Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you, bro. And everybody else that contributed.
Oh, Dave.
All right, I'm really leaving. Goodbye.
Dave, that was an excellent explanation for bottom-up obstruction, by the way. I was listening, and I was, like, cheering. But in my time went to my mic. But in the audience, I was like, hell yeah, dude, that's how you do it.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Somebody, hold on a second.
What?
Dave, I hear glitching.
Switching.
Bluetooth.
All right, I'm back. No, I was just switching the headphones. I didn't hear what anyone just said. So.
Oh, I gave you a super huge compliment. That was all. Don't worry about it.
That's all right. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was a bottom up the obstruction. I'm trying to figure out the best way to get that. Flat earthers don't even get that. right? Because we're all so used to saying the horizon rises to eye level. And then others will say, like Nathan Oakley, the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. It's always 6 feet below your eyes if you're 6 feet tall. No, the horizon, the atmospheric horizon, is always thousands and thousands and thousands of feet above your eye level.
Yeah, that's a really good way to do it. I was gonna go there with math and try to do like angles and subtending and compression angles vertically, but like your way is way more practical. And I think when you were describing it, I was envisioning all the videos that we pass around, like the dude walking into the field, disappearing bottom up. Like I think that it paints that picture as you're going through it.
Well, that's it. The thing is, terrestrial horizon is different than a celestial horizon. You got to think of it like we're standing on a roll of paper, just a sheet of paper. The atmosphere is another sheet of paper above us, and anything above the atmosphere in the celestial is above that. So we're in between the two sheets. So anything that's in between it, terrestrial objects, they get compressed into it, hidden by waves or just the marine layer. You have like the same thing the atmosphere is doing, but just on a very low level. And then anything celestial is literally going behind an atmospheric horizon, which is thousands and thousands of feet above your eye level always.
Yep. No, that's exactly it.
All right. Thank you.
And just for everybody, right before we get to holistic, everything that we was talking about is in the nest. I think I posted something twice, but we got tides up there. We got the sun changing angular size. I mean, everything that we were talking about is right there. So y'all can go take a look at that. But let's slide over to holistic, because holistic been like super patient. What up, DoorDash Blicky? Hey, bro, man, I ordered DoorDash today, man. They messed up my order, bro.
Oh my God, are you serious? Okay, I'm gonna make some calls for you. That's unacceptable. I'm just gonna leave now. I'm gonna send some email. No, I'm just kidding. So that guy, the completely obnoxiously smug guy, it's just my opinion, guys. I can have my opinion. I'm not sure where he's getting the 5 dimensions from, but his like inversion of the sort of what I see as a superior metaphysic that should be based in time. I sort of am a believer of that in a way. And I don't think I'm going to prove this to anyone. I'm just trying to introduce some thoughts. And first, I need to, I guess, make 1 or 2 points. I don't believe math has any authority or anything to do with physics anymore. I don't believe any of this. And more than try to prove my position, I'm going to just try to demonstrate why the temporal classical block time metaphysic has no relation to reality. And, frankly, has no reason to supersede time as in a way that is not even subject to math. So you have to view it like an indivisible wholeness, unceasing. Time would be like a flow. Okay, so you're never going to stop time. We've never experienced this. You're not going to do anything to stop it. And the reason I think it's superior to space, and space will be embedded within time, is because no matter what you say about mathematizing discrete moments, like picture, 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 you can do that in your mind, you can do that mathematically, but that's not happening. So the explanation that, or the example that Henry Bergson gives is, in order for the sugar to dissolve within the glass of liquid, you must wait for it to dissolve. Okay, you can mathematize that all you want with your equations, but in the realness of reality, you must wait. So he would view time sort of as a force in a way, because what else is causing that sugar to dissolve? That you must wait. You can dispute that we don't have to wait, but I would simply ask why you're disputing it, and your explanation would be just as good as mine. Neither of them provable. This is why we don't use math and physics. And I think maybe I'll just give one example, because I know this isn't my space, and this will be like a space that I should probably do on my own. But I believe the ultimate proof that the metaphysic underlying reality, whatever it is, I don't think it's provable either way, cannot be discrete moments. It cannot be picture, picture, picture. Because if it were, then you would be able to have all the technology in the world, trillions of dollars, and you would be able to have one robot. Okay, not one single robot has ever derived space from AI is all just picture, mathematical equations.
Hey man, leave the robots out of this, man.
Yeah, these robots, they're not doing anything. They're never going to make this coffee. They're never going to pick up the ball unless they're doing a marketing video to build people for funds and raise their stock prices. And the reason we know this is because picture is trying to explain mobility with a series of immobilities. So these discrete moments, the calculus of an idealized limit never reached, this is why they're never going to create anything that can do distance or magnitude, despite all the technology in the world, because reality is not picture. There are qualitative aspects to time and space that cannot be mathematized. And one way to make this manifest is you can have the area of a circle, all the math in the world, in the same area of a different shape, and there's no way to account for direction or the actual shape if they are the same number. Number has no authority to do anything but describe, and a description is nothing but just that. It's a description. So, I just wanted to introduce some of my thoughts there. I didn't like that guy at all, to be honest. Thought he was a bit of a, retard, to be honest, but I do believe in the temporal metaphysic. I think it makes more sense, at least, than the spatial metaphysic. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Yeah, bro, I feel bad. I think that's like the second space in a row where it's like we had somebody like a PhD up here and you wasn't able to press them low key. My bad, bro.
Well, why do these people they're so smug and then they talk about 5 dimensions? And if we're going to talk about physics, you're going to have to deal with physical objects. You can't just warp number lines and say you're doing physics. You can warp number lines if you want, but you have to say I'm doing mathematical physics. I'm not doing physics. I'm warping number lines. I'm not an actual physicist. I'm a number boy. So I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. I really don't think math has anything to do with physics, and I'm trying to spread my propaganda. If you like what I have to say, don't follow me, but you can DM me. Thank you.
I will say though, I kind of let some of the smug stuff go because again, bro, we gotta factor in the fact that these guys put their entire life into their work, right? When someone tell me they writing dissertations in the 90s, it's gonna be hard for them to back away from, their whole paradigm or framework or whatever the case is. So I tend to give some of the credentialed speakers a little bit more wiggle room.
Oh my god, dude!
I know, I know.
Yeah, thanks for letting me speak. That's all I'll say for now.
I heard they call that a nerd flex. When you start dropping science names, they told you it's a nerd flex. I don't know.
I thought that was when you took your PDF stack out and you seemed to try to figure out whose was bigger.
Pause. I think we had shout out to you, Holistic.
Oh, can I ask you one question real quick? And it will be quick.
As long as I get a DoorDash refund, bro.
Yeah. I already sent the email. I got an assistant right here. They're on it.
All right, good luck.
So, in my thinking, for the same reason that you cannot just see a light in the sky and know the distance of that luminary is because you don't know the speed or the magnitude of that luminary. So you can't measure distances and you can't just start presupposing Mercury or whatever to triangulate it. There's no way to derive that distance, much less the speed, much less the velocity, much less an increase or a decrease in velocity. Would that be the same reason from the way I was describing the robotics issue earlier? That's why we can't use measurements, which is what we have with, our AI technology. Essentially, just picture the calculus. Would that be sort of the same reason why we can't use AI in robotics to determine distances, like in a kitchen, in your opinion? Because it's a shorter distance, yes, but there's no way to derive really the velocity. Just picture. What if it goes faster? What if it speeds up? What if it slows down? Is that sort of the same thing, or am I over or under thinking that?
That's interesting. I mean,
because that's what they have issues with. They can't be like, I'm gonna catch the ball. I don't know where the ball is gonna be. Either I have the picture, where I can't determine velocity because it's just a picture, or I have a blur of a picture where I can't determine the location. Then you have to pick one if you're using a discrete moment calculus tier metaphysic.
Well, hold on. You're gonna have to like explain it a little bit more to me because I seen some cyborgs shooting some half court shots. I seen that they had a robot shooting half court shots and 3-pointers. They would have to determine some type of distance if they got a jump shot, bro.
Yeah. So the way it works is they pre-program with hard coding symbolic AI the marketing videos. Like, remember all the DARPA dogs? They got these things doing backflips. None of those are how the robots work. And put them in an environment where they haven't been hard coded on. They're completely lost. They're going to trip everywhere. So those are essentially what amount to hoaxes. And not to mention those backflips, it takes them like 1,000 tries, and they put the one where it didn't fall over. So none of those robots.
No, they finesse me.
Yes, they're all fake. And the last thing I promise. The last Mustang where he did the gay little taxi thing, and he had the robots walking among the crowd. Those were controlled by augmented actual people when they were serving the drinks. I immediately knew they can't do that. They've never passed a coffee test. Comes to find out, they literally had people controlling the robots. So none of the robotics is real. I'm sorry. All these issues are well known. They're unresolved. And as far as I can tell, they have no way to even resolve them, as long as they're using the block time calculus metaphysics.
I think they're remote controlled too. It's like a couple of celebrities and like streamers who have them right now. The Tesla robot and like another version of it. I definitely think they're either AI programmed, pre-programmed, or somebody's literally controlling it because they're doing like extra weird stuff.
Well, anybody Google the coffee test right now, and that's a test where they'll be like, I think the guy who started Apple, Wozniak, he said, okay, if a robot can ever pass the coffee test, that's when we'll know we're getting somewhere. They're not even close to doing that. Believe me, you would know if they did. And the coffee test is putting any robot in any random kitchen in America, your kitchen, my kitchen, and having it be able to make a cup of coffee. Well, what if the cream is in like a glass and it's not in the thing labeled cream? What if your refrigerator handle is different? It would have to have either have to be symbolically hard coded for every infinity possibility of different kitchen arrangements, or it would have to have training data with inductive reasoning of every possible arrangement. Both of those collapse into infinity. And I mean, they lie a lot, that people will hem and haw, but they're not even close to like doing any of that. And all of these videos they're showing you, those are all just marketing hoaxes.
I said, what happened? My bad, y'all. I'm over here. I'm in the community trying to approve some requests. First community space, shout out to you, Holistic. First community space that we're hosting. So if you can't interact with Purple Pills, because you gotta jump in Level Heads community, man. So slide up to the top of the space and you just click on Level Heads and we'll slide y'all in there. Shout out to y'all for pulling up. It's been last call for like 5 hours, but we're gonna keep it rocking for a little bit. I think we got Superfly next, and then Coffee.
Well, hey, good morning there, Sacred. I've been, ever since you guys started last night, I've been pretty much on. I fell asleep for a little bit, but I pretty much listened to a lot of the stuff that you guys, or the people that you had on, said. My opinion on the guy that you had that Dave was trying to be really elementary with, he's an idiot because he doesn't want to learn. I'll tell you why. Back in 2016, when I became a flat earther, the thing that God gives you, he gives you 2 ears and 1 mouth. So that way you can listen better than you could just talk. And so what I do, I just sat there and listen. I know what I've been doing all my life, and I always believed that we lived on a globe. It's just the way it's always been. It's the way we were taught. When somebody came up like Rob Skiba, who was a buddy of mine, When we went through a church function in 2016, he came up with the Earth is flat. Well, I didn't believe it. I argued with him just for about 5 minutes. And he told me, okay, just listen. And I knew how to listen. Okay. And I opened up my ears and I shut my mouth. And then he started giving me some evidence. He started showing me things and telling me things. And then, you know, he says, man, I'm a pilot. You're a pilot. We've done the same job. So I said, okay. So I listened and then I took notes. And then I took that shit and did my own experiments before I got on any platform like this and started making myself look like a fucking idiot. So this guy says he can't get it when Dave went totally elementary with the guy. K1. And he's lost. So now I know how the sun and the moon work. I know why it looks like if you're at the beach, it looks like it's coming right out of the water, which is not. It's just too far away, the way the perception and how we're looking at it. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to get off of him. The one question I had, because I'm not really super experienced in this knowledge, is when you shoot like a bullet, like a shell from a cannon, the Army, let's say they shoot ammunition from one spot to hit that bucket of water that we were talking about last night at 23 miles away, and the Army or the gunner, all they use is elevation and windage. They don't ever calculate curve. How do they hit their target? Because if the Earth is spinning like they say, and there's a curvature of 8 inches per mile, then how do we ever hit targets? That's the same thing as an aircraft, like a fighter aircraft, where it shoots a missile, you know, for a long distance, 100 miles. How do they hit their target so are they, I don't know if they get it. I don't know if the Globers are getting it, or is that just, I guess they're just idiots, but I can't get it. We have to be stationary, and we can't have a curve so we can hit the target if we're just working off of windage or elevation. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I hope everybody has a good morning and afternoon. Thank you for the mic.
Likewise, Fly. Yeah, there's so many pieces of evidence that point to a stationary topographical plane, bro. And then there's things that we can empirically verify as well. I will say that there's things that, you know, could work on both models or ideologies, perspectives, but more often than not, flat Earth is always going to win, bro. It just is what it is. I appreciate you being patient, though, brother. I see my guy Ken in here. We'll go to Ken right after we hear from Coffee. What up? Every time Coffee come in here, raise his hand, you know what I'm saying? He disappear into the ether wind. It is. And he spamming emojis. What is you doing?
Yo, it's good, my guy. My bad, man.
This dude.
Nah, I got caught up real quick. I ain't want to waste nobody's time. You feel me?
Hi, bro. Welcome to Stationary Saturdays, man. What up? Shout out Flat Earth Gang on Clubhouse, man.
Bro, you're ready. But yeah, y'all had your boy Dr. Bennett up there wilding last night.
What you mean wilding?
I caught a couple pieces. I caught a part where he said math is only used to quantize reality. I was like, it's me and wilding. And then he said, in order for special relativity to be true, everything would have to be at rest relative to each other. Which another claim that was just, you know, he was wilding.
Hold on, what's wrong with the first part? Math doesn't quantize reality? That's not what they use it for?
If that's the case, how does logic processing work?
Explain that.
Computer processing, binary code, base 2.
Oh, I'm just a cyborg, bro. I ain't programmed myself.
Yeah, no, mathematical algorithms are not only used to quantize just reality, they're used for logic processing and computer operating systems.
So you saying it's computer generated with like predetermined commands through AI?
Not through AI alone, it's just basic decision making. It's not it's not quantizing at its core, it's just basically organization and logic processing.
Is it closed system or can it be uploaded to the internet or data?
Now, it could be uploaded anywhere. That's the foundation of our whole computer systems.
No, but I'm talking about these robots. If you're talking about these robots, like I think you are, then these robots, are they closed system learning machines to where the system in itself is learned based on the information fed into it? Or is it like you go connect to the internet and it's free to roam and learn to progress?
No, it's based on data inputs. You feel me? It has a progressive learning algorithm, but it's based on the data that's input to the system.
Yeah, because that would be kind of odd if that shit was, free roaming, able to just learn, pull up wiki, pull up world star, pull up whatever it would need to gather that data. Yeah, we don't need that rocking around. I don't know if y'all have ever seen this classic, but it's called I, Robot. Look it up. That's a history lesson.
Well, he does make a interesting point, and this is one I would technically agree with, but this is essentially the limits of deductive reasoning, and that's all it really is in the simplest terms. And the limits would be of deductive reasoning here in this example is that, let's say it goes if sacred is doing a space, we're talking about flat earth. Sacred is indeed doing a space, therefore we're talking about flat earth. Now that is 100% logically valid. But sacred could be in a space and we could be having a freestyle rap battle. We could be, not talking about anything to do with flat earth. So this would simply be the limits of deductive reasoning. You can't add new information. You can guarantee validity, but you can't guarantee soundness, which soundness means relating to reality and actuality. So that's one of the limits where people are confused. And the other tool we have is the inductive reasoning. You can read Hume if you want to know about that. Same issue, collapse into infinity. Now, I'm not saying you made a bad point or anything. All I'm saying is that the logical validity of a computer system doesn't mean we can start mathematizing the rosiness of a baby's cheek or anything. It doesn't mean we can go beyond just the mathematical logic of it.
Bro, every time I get to hop in the community, y'all just like shut the hell up. I'm trying to
Yeah,
I'm
we
trying to
talking
learn
about
how
this
this shit go. My bad, bro.
I was about to ask if anybody was speaking.
Same.
Coffee, that's the only thing you took from that conversation last night?
Yeah, that's the parts that I had time to catch because I was in and out. But those two parts, they struck to me like thunder, my boy. I was like, "What is your man talking about?" You feel me? But I couldn't I'm not giving him too much grief because I couldn't engage too much to actually fully hear out the explanation. But just off top, I was like, "Yeah, you man wildin'."
So what was Bennett saying, Sacred? It sounds like he may have been saying, I don't know, maybe something similar to what I'm saying. Like these inertial frames would be these discrete moments I'm speaking of. So was he saying something like you can't explain motion with a series of immobilities, which would be these
Oh, nah, you glitching,
inertial,
bro. I
unmoving
can't
frames?
understand. Is he glitching for y'all? Just me?
Yeah, nah, he was in and out.
Back or no?
Go ahead, say it again. Okay. I didn't hear him if he said anything.
No, I gave up. Unless you can hear me now, I'm gonna give up again.
No, we can
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All I was saying, and maybe this is wishful thinking, because I want Bennett to agree with me, but it sounds like maybe what the gentleman may have been implying, what he was saying is that these inertial frames would be the discrete, unreal moments I was talking about earlier. You cannot explain motion via a series of immobilities, which is the entire problem of the Einsteinian block time metaphysic in the first place. It's just complete on its face, it's ridiculous. A series of immobilities explains movement. How is that possible? Is that partially what Bennett was getting at? Or is that wishful thinking? Because I didn't hear it.
No, that's pretty close. The predictions of the motions are completely off. I like how you said that though. Immobilities explaining motion. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's the superiority of common sense, in my opinion. I don't need the math or anything. We're not going to do any equations. You just listen to a series of immobilities explaining a mobility. Uh, Rationalize that to me, please. Now, you can try, but you're going to sound dumb to everyone, and I'm going to rhetorically dominate you because that's better than, proof anyways, because what is that? I don't know what that means.
Hey, I have. Well, hold on. Ken,
Yeah,
was
oh
your
yeah,
hand
I'm
up
about to
the whole
say,
time?
yeah, let's
Yeah,
get
Ken,
Ken
go ahead,
slide in
Ken.
here. What's up, Ken? Good morning.
Good morning. This is taking it back a little bit, but I was in a bad area. I got kicked. Then I couldn't hear anybody, so I had to rejoin. I don't know what's going on. But I like Dave's explanation, and I don't see what was so hard to explain about the seasons. But I do have a little bit of a different approach, only in the fact that I think it's important to uh, compare the two models where we agree. And, you know, basically, the sun has a zenith to the earth. Now, in our wintertime, that zenith is to the Tropic of Capricorn. And in our summertime, that zenith is the Tropic of Cancer. Now, we both agree on that because they need that for their 23.4 degree tilt. That's where they get it from. If you remove that um, zenith angle, then they have nothing to base their tilt on. I mean, that's literally where it comes from. So they can't disagree that the sun moves between the tropics. And so then it just becomes a matter of explaining that, our summer, it's, zenith to the Tropic of Cancer. And as it moves towards the equator, that's our fall when it gets there, right? Gradually becomes cooler. We have our fall weather, and then it will start moving out to the Tropic of Capricorn, and that is when we're moving into our winter. And when it's over the Tropic of Capricorn, that's our winter solstice. And as it moves back in towards the equator, that becomes our spring. And then it moves back in towards the Tropic of Cancer, and that becomes our summer again. So it doesn't matter whether you believe that the sun is moving between the tropics or the earth is moving around the sun, changing the zenith of the sun, over the tropics and the equator, in between the tropics. Um, you know, we agree that that's what it's doing, and they can't deny that part. The only difference is our explanation of the sun is moving between them over a plane, and your explanation is that it's moving between the tropics because we're changing what side of the sun we're on in its orbital path. And I think if you force them to look at it from their own view in relation to ours, there's a lot less to disagree with. But I don't think he was being, I think he was being kind of disingenuous anyways.
Wait, you think that they would accept a kinematic equivalence willingly for all empirical observations of the sky? What are you, a crazy man?
Well, no, I'm not saying that they'll accept it, but it's.
You put it really, really
the,
clearly, dude.
Yeah, it's just a clearer way of stating it, where they have to use. They have to accept the fact that it's moving between the tropics, even in their model, that it's zenith to. We're just saying that the sun is actually closer to us in the summer and not farther away.
I like how you equated it to
like
a ground position, right? Because that means you have to calculate it where you think it is hypothetically on the ground somewhere where you'll never be able to verify it based on where you see it in your optical horizon, right? That's the basis of the model and the basis of the seasons, dude. And you were like tying it to that right away. That's brilliant, Ken.
That was a better explanation than Dave's, but you know, Dave was good.
No, I think Dave did. I think Dave did extremely well. I followed him, closely. I was just, just like, is there? It's just the way I think of it. It's what made sense to me. I didn't make that up. It's just listening to people, and I feel like, if you present their model to them with the sun being zenith to the tropics and moving between them, then they can't say, "Oh, that's ridiculous," because they do the same thing. It's where they get their tilt from. You take that away, you don't have tilt anymore. Just they have to agree with that much.
Yep, that's the basis of the ecliptic, dude. Like the 5.3 like variance in its height between tropics, meaning that it actually does a variance, and then you take that apparent movement on your azimuthal grid, and that makes a 23 gap in your hemispherical view, and that's how they say actually the whole world is moving at that angle. That's why it looks like that.
Hey, can I like that explanation? Matt probably still in here somewhere. I'm sure he heard it, probably disregarded it. But if he did listen, he'd have to acknowledge, just like you said, that even in his own model, that's how it worked. Like that approach, bro.
Ken's like a guru.
That's why he OG. What do you say, bro?
I just put something in the chat, Shane. Check that out. It's like a link. Have you ever seen that before?
Like the Discord chat?
No, Twitter.
Oh.
Go ahead, D3. What is Matt doing back up here?
He was down here.
I see you too.
I don't know.
Hey, so somebody a couple people ago was talking about shooting things and trajectories and things like that, and that got me thinking about that whole scenario. And so I was looking into how missiles are launched in air, from a fighter jet. And there's a couple different systems that they use. One is active radar homing. They have semi-active radar homing, infrared homing, and then the GPS system, and then laser guidance. There's a couple more. And so I think what would be interesting is if we could go into how some of these things work and, what they're using, how they're guiding themselves, for example. Okay, so like in active radar homing, they're beaming out, they got a transmitter and a receiver on the actual missile, and it beams out, and it gets the reflections. So I want to think about, like, okay, well, how is it adjusting course, and I guess what's the model it's using, and how does that all work? Because that would be really interesting. I mean, if you're shooting something at any decent distance, it's got to make its adjustments. And how is it doing that? I think that could tell us a lot about those systems, at least. So just put that out there.
Well, I'll go with what you said about the transponder part. The aircraft has a transponder sending out a signal, maybe to whatever the missile might have. But I simply just want to keep it simple. If you shoot out of a cannon, we could do it. We could do long distance shots. But like I have a cousin of mine that's a captain in the Army, and that's what he does. His job is to shoot out of a cannon. And if he takes a projectile that he's going to shoot at 20 miles away, 20 miles, and he can hit right on target, we have to be stationary, because that projectile doesn't have that projectile doesn't have anything that is any electronics to beam back to the gunner after he pulled the trigger. You see what I'm saying? I mean, there are ammunition out there that has, somewhat of a GPS or knows where it's going to hit, but this is not that case. This is just simply shooting a 100-pound or 200-pound projectile, and they're not wasting their time or wasting their energy and just, let's shoot anywhere. All they work off is coordinates, elevation, and windage. The same thing that a sniper that shoots at a mile away, he's not saying, okay, well, I got to now figure out 8 inches per mile drop on my bullet, because the bullet's going to drop anyways. But he's working off windage and elevation, and he hits his target. That's what my question was.
You mentioned 20 miles. Is that like a typical distance for a cannon?
Well, that's really that's a real basic shot for from what my cousin was telling me. That's a real basic shot between 10 and 20 miles. But they can shoot.
Really?
They can shoot at 23 miles. They can shoot 30 miles.
Wow, that's quite far. I didn't even know cannons could shoot that far. That's cool. So, where does he operate? Like, is this like on out on the ocean, a ship, or is this land based?
No, he's land based.
Land based.
He's in the Army, so yeah.
That's cool, bro. So he's told you basically that they only use the wind, the trajectory, whether they're shooting at an angle or something like that, and then they determine how it's going to, where it's going to hit.
No, he says that the difference between somebody making a shot with a gun and them making a shot with a cannon is that they use coordinates, and they use windage, and they use elevation.
Interesting. Do you know what coordinate systems they use?
I would imagine that it would be the same coordinates that we would use to get somewhere. To look at a corner of a street where you want to hit your target. So if let's say you were going to hit a bucket full of water, and it was sitting 20 miles away, and they say, hey, you got a scout over there saying, hey, this bucket is at such degrees by such degrees, and they calculate that in, and then they just put their gun up high or low for elevation, and then they figure out that the windage is this over there. They can hit that. They might not hit the bucket, but they'll hit around it.
Right.
Within a distance.
If anybody can do rendering for that, like a little animation or model or something, like 3D or whatever, I wish I could do it, but I can't. But that would be cool if we could compare a 23-mile shot or 20-mile shot with a cannon, just using the coordinates and the trajectory and some wind, and see how it differs from a plane to a sphere at 8 inches per mile.
Well, that's my point. My point is that since I'm a flat earther and I know that we're stationary, the shot can be made. It can be made accurately, but if we have a moving Earth at 1,000 miles an hour, I don't see how they can even hit the target.
Yeah.
Unless they had a smart missile, hit, such place right here, and then you just send it off, and and it goes by itself when it hits. But still, we have to be stationary, or the Earth would move away from the shot.
Yeah, I'm right with you. I just wish somebody in here listening could like model it so we could use that as as a demonstration, and show people, when we bring this up, it would be awesome.
I was going to ask Dr. Cassandra about that, but I was too busy driving, and when you're driving, you're in and out, and I didn't want the sound distorted. So now I'm stationary on top of a stationary Earth, so you can hear me better.
I wonder how long or how much the Earth would shift from point A to point B in a shot like that, at the speed that it's supposedly moving. And do you have any idea? Did he ever mention how long it takes a shot like that to actually hit target for once it's released?
No, we never really got into that discussion. But the fact is that, I wouldn't even know how fast the projectile is moving once it leaves the cannon. But it's not more than a few seconds at least, less than at least 10, 15 seconds.
Right.
Somewhere in there.
Right. So then that would be a cool calculation to do and see how far it's moving, and then combined with any wind and the direction of course as well, right? What direction they're shooting in, and have all these factors like mapped in and then calculated that way. That would be pretty cool. Anyway.
Well, D3, that's from my perspective, that's actually a perfect example of why both space and time are not totally subject to mathematization. Because even the turbulence of the wind alone and the thickness of the atmosphere, that's why our friend Superfly, he didn't correct himself, but he said, yeah, we'll hit the target, but it'll be around the target. It'll be like a good shot. It'll be very accurate, but it will never be perfectly accurate, even with the perfectly immovable Earth, flat, perfect, in the same exact cannon shot, perfect. Let's say we idealized it. The qualitative aspects of the turbulence of the wind alone, that's not mathematizable. This is like a well-known problem. I think Heisenberg says, if God is real, when I go to heaven, I'm going to ask him how relativity works and how turbulence works, and I don't think he'll be able to tell me how turbulence works. So
yeah, right. It's like the electron, right? All you could do is get a probability cloud.
Yeah, but these people, they can predict the wind not only of the next 20 seconds of the cannon shot, but 10 million years in the past, and also 10 million years in the future. They're so amazing.
It's just a calculation, man. You got this. Math is reality, bro.
Dude, you gotta trust them atheists that, say they can profess to see back in time. They're notoriously trustworthy throughout history, you gotta say.
Bro, at the beginning of the universe, come on.
Once there was nothing, suddenly there was everything. No one and nothing caused this. Don't look into it. It's totally fine.
We got this, man. It's do a little calculation here. Fill a blackboard. I'm good.
You see that light you're seeing? It actually it started a 16 billion years ago on its trajectory to your little eyeball, and that's how you're seeing it. It's actually not even there anymore. It already exploded and dissipated to all the universe, but you're still seeing it as a concentrated ball of luminous gas.
In the same spot. Rotating.
The same spot for your entire existence and all of humanity. Yeah.
So let me explain another little fun fact that happened less than a week ago. I don't know if anybody heard about the Prime airplane, the 767 that made an emergency landing up in Vancouver. I believe it was in Vancouver. It left Michigan, went to Vancouver. As soon as it got to Vancouver, it had a front slat or leading edge malfunction. So it couldn't make the landing at normal speeds. It made the landing at 160 knots. Um, I got a buddy of mine that I'm still trying to work on. He's kind of like Dave, like Matt. I mean, he's kind of like Matt in a way, but doesn't argue about it. He just goes and takes the information, and then he doesn't even believe, for the fact that I even flew aircrafts, that, you know, I tell him, hey, I never seen a curve, you know, and we're not spinning 1,000 miles an hour. So his thing is, when he told me about that wreck, and I went to go look at it on Broncolario channel, you know, it was basically, I knew what it was. If those kind of things malfunction, and you have to, you know, start running your checklist to see, you know, how you're going to go ahead and land this plane. Well, he told me that proves to me that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour because he overran the runway. I said, it's impossible because he from east, you know, not east to west. It just didn't make no sense to me. But I told him, no, dude, it had to do with a speed problem, because when they touched down, they couldn't get the plane to even land at the normal slow speeds. You know, it landed something faster. So then they overran the runway and got stuck in the mud. It's simple, you know. And he said, no, it's because the wind, it's because the Earth is moving, and that's why it just kept going. I said, oh my God, think about that stupidity.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't call it stupidity, but it's definitely sticking to something, you know, like not allowing yourself to see it from a different perspective.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like the whole gravity argument when we're talking about anything in terms of projectiles, planes, any kind of aircraft, anything in the air being moved by propulsion. You know, the propulsion and the things that are allowing things to fly in the first place are directly overcoming the gravitational force or pseudo force. So that doesn't that doesn't account for them going around the curve. It doesn't work that way. That whole force or pseudo force is negated. So yeah. Okay, so I pulled up active radar homing. This is the first one I'm going to look into. So far, what I see is that it's a radar. It's got a radar and a radar transmitter and receiver, and it locks onto a target by emitting the radar and then receiving and tracking the reflection. And this is primarily used in air-to-air missiles. So I'm gonna take a look into this, and I'll probably write like a little article on it.
Well, like a side missile, you know, it really is probably the best.
Dan, is that fly? Is that super fly? Is he roboting for y'all, or just me?
Yeah, he's heavy robot right now.
I wasn't before, and I have moved.
Yeah, it's just that interference, you know. Got those cross waves going on, propagation across the plane.
You know what I had to say about? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you coming in a
Can you
little
guys
better.
hear me now? Okay. So basically, I was just saying that a Sidewinder missile is an air-to-air missile.
Okay, you cut off after air-to-air missile. I haven't heard anything since.
Man, he gone.
You gone? Superfly.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they've been remote driving these alleged targeted missiles this whole time. Because I guarantee y'all didn't hear this story out of California when the whatever the driverless car company, they had to shut down and they went bankrupt because they kept fucking up and nobody liked it. So they did a review, and it turns out that 10 to 15% of the time there were humans taking over the controls, and they didn't disclose this to the shareholders, so they thought they were driving wireless. I mean, with AI, and a lot of the time it was humans because it got too complex. So I feel that maybe it does go this deep. Maybe none of it is real.
Has anyone ever been inside one of those driverless cars? Not like a Tesla, but like I think it's called Waymo on the internet, where the car literally picks you up driverless.
Not I. I'm definitely not into the whole driverless thing. I know some people are really into it. Not me, man. It would be one thing if we had like tracks that they could stay on or something like that and weren't in, mixed in with normal traffic. You know what I mean? Like something like that, okay,
Nah.
maybe, but like in normal traffic, nah, bro. You got to be able to react.
Yo, literally, the amount of cameras on that car
Yeah,
is
they're like, I have
crazy.
a lot of friends in AI, and they're a lot smarter than me. Like IQ wise, they can do all the math, but they tell me that driverless cars exist, and we all know what driverless cars are. But I mean, they're in like 2 cities and with trillions of dollars of infrastructure. They don't even work good in those cities, and they turn off automatically when the weather gets a little bit foggy. And it's only like on the highway with straight lines. And if a kid comes out in like a stop sign costume on Halloween, it's gonna like hit the kid, whatever. It doesn't know the difference. So
Yeah, right. There's just certain things where you need that nature's intelligence built in. It can't be a computerized thing, man. And I
well, it's
think
just common sense.
it's one of them.
We have a world model. God gave us common sense. Whence it comes, I don't even claim to know. All I know is we have it based on no examples or a million examples. I'm sorry, we're special. Math, we're not math.
Whatever it is, we got
Yeah.
it, and those things don't.
Even if it was,
No,
even if they had
definitely.
like an override system.
Well, no. I mean, where are you gonna go? Just driving down the road. If it's in, like I said, if it's in its own lane, locked in with a rail system, cool. But even just driving down the road in my neighborhood, it's like he said, a kid could pop out in the wrong thing on Halloween or something, or it can misinterpret something because it has no, real knowledge. It could just not happening. I ain't with it.
Yeah, the way I see it is that they're using tools
Hmm.
that are not as advanced as our own tools that we use, our own five senses. They're building
Right.
cars with a bunch of sensors and shit like that, but it's like our eyes work 10 times better than any sensor that you could put in the car. So it's
Facts.
like at the end of the day, I'm always going to trust a human behind the wheel.
Facts. Me too.
Let's test it. Are you sure? There's no technology that works faster than the human sensory.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, that's the issue with robotics, like your boy said before, the whole coffee test, right? Depth perception in itself, we have stereo vision. That's something we can't encode into a robot. It's just encoded into our brains, right?
Facts.
It's the way our eyes, the tools of our eyes, function with the programming of our brains. So those in conjunction lead to stereo vision, and we don't have any way to actually program that and create the tools necessary to create that conjunction to create stereo vision.
So hold up, fellas. Not to be sexist, but it's a completely sexist question. Are we trusting AI cars, or are we trusting women behind the wheel? Which
Oh, hey, look, well, listen to the walk
Depends.
back. Listen to the walk back. Oh, the AI female
Well,
you consider.
what race is the woman?
let's go India. What you doing, son? Nah. It's all right. It's better if y'all don't answer that question. I was just fucking with y'all. Don't get caught out there, y'all. Don't get caught out.
No, I've been mulling it over for 30 seconds now. And you have to understand, I'm philosophically incel. I hate women. There's not a woman on earth I do not dislike. I'm not going to go into it, but women need to, get out of here. And, I think I hate the robots more. I think I hate the mathematicians. I think I hate the scientists.
Oh, bro.
I think they need to shut the fuck up and stop calculating, or they're going into they're going to hell.
Copy. Ken, what up? You got your hand up?
Yeah, I was just had a thought, and I was going to ask Shane. They talk about the 23.4 degree tilt, and that's so that they can maintain the sun's zenith to certain latitudes.
It's also based on Eratosthenes and parallel light, but you pretty much nailed it.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering is I've heard the argument that the stars precess because of the wobble, but the planets don't. How wouldn't that also affect where the sun is in our, wouldn't it be hard to, wouldn't it actually put the sun off of where it should be? I'm probably not wording it right.
Did you say the sun precesses because of the wobble?
Well, shouldn't it precess because of the wobble? I mean, it's, supposedly 93 million miles away. You get that wobble. If it precesses the stars, shouldn't it precess the sun?
No. This one's super complicated, but there's like the triaxes of wobularity. It's actually 3 different wobbles the Earth itself is said to do that produces those phenomenon called as the 3 independent axes of wobularity. You got precession of the equinox, which is movement of the stars around, right? And then you have the obliquity of the ecliptic, supposedly, right, which is the sun, but that's not caused by the sun. It's caused by the Earth, and it's a different triaxial wobble off a different rotation. And then I forget what the other one is. Oh, newtation, where it does like the wobble where the North Pole is said to make a tiny variation in its tiny orbit, and the Earth is said to be causing all 3 of these different independent wobbles by rotating on those 3 axes, kind of similar to an overzealous gyroscope that's about to fall down. That's what it's said to be doing simultaneously to cause all of those 3 things. I mean, you would think one of the sun would be responsible because it's ridiculous for a rotating sphere to do 3 of those things at once, but no. In fact, that's what they say. So, dude, that reminds me of my favorite Elmo meme, right, where he's doing his triaxes of wobularity dance.
Wobularity.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. If you ask Glober to explain that, I haven't heard one yet.
Have you guys ever gotten, because I know we ask these questions in various ways, just give me one criteria for falsifiability of your theory. You could even just say Jesus coming down from heaven. Have you guys ever gotten anyone to give just one?
Have you ever heard of the theory of relativity, man? Where anything and everything can happen, and no matter what you say, it's a relativist position where it doesn't matter based on the reference frame. It happened the way I need it to anyway. So,
yeah, like let's say you had to do a trifecta, triple dibble, infinity, wibble wobble on top of all those wobbles you just said. Would that debunk your theory? Would anyone just give one? But
no,
they
to
can
a
always
relativist, they'll be like, "Well, listen, to the triaxial wibby wobble in the middle, none of that actually moved." So.
So it's a psychological issue, isn't it?
It's a bubble wrap of mathematical unfalsifiability that they paid some dude to wrap around their model that was crumbling. That's all it is.
When it comes to my friends, I don't even know why any of them like me, but having to admit that Helicicani superfan, this obnoxious retard, he's 90 IQ confirmed. I have the test results. He was right the whole time. That would be like a Trump reporter or a supporter being like, oh, Hillary was right. It's not going to happen ever. Doesn't matter.
Bro, I'm going through these comments under my bad, y'all know non sequitur, total non sequitur. I'm going through these comments in Tim Pool's tweet about the debate. Bro, this shit is so hilarious.
Yeah, I'm sure you've been through it, so I won't even ask Crypto. But was that it's worth listening to? I guess. How did he get on Tim Pool?
We said I came in here earlier was telling us that it was Alex Stein that was kind of like vouching for him, and yeah, they just kind of made that shit happen.
That's what's up.
Whatever you do, just don't go read the comments on Tim Pool's channel about the whole discussion.
Oh no, I was reading a bunch of them early already.
Oh, did you, man?
Yeah,
That's so depressing.
we gonna spam that whole comment section. They're gonna know who we are after this.
Oh, good. Maybe it'll be better when I wasn't alone, because I started to just battle everyone, and then I went fuck it like real quick. So it'll be real good to have you guys come in and support. A bunch of retards, man. I then all right. Actually, what happened was I was super upset about it, and I came in to like complain to Alan, and he's like, "Bro, you forget like the main like battery of people who watch him is like Democratic blue hardcore." I was like, retard. I was like, "Oh yeah, oh that's a whole slanted demographic." I feel much better about it. Thank you, sir. Right? It was like, oh, you took me off the brink. Because those comments are bad.
Facts. And we want everybody to kind of remember that. Like sometimes people are hearing about this for the first time and they're thinking the earth is flat. What are you talking about? And then their mind immediately goes to the NASA photos that they show us. Like, some people are just now hearing about this for the first time, believe it or not, in 2024. And someone like that they think is serious, taking it serious. I read some of those comments and they were like, bro, I can't take you serious if you're gonna do a flat earth debate. Like, are you serious? Like,
everything you've ever said is worthless now. I can't believe this is the dumbest show you've ever put on. Like my IQ dropped 60 points. I'm like, did you guys even watch? This was an excellent cosmological debate from all sides, you twits.
facts. So if you're gonna comment warrior, just be mindful that some of these people are kid gloves.
I mean, I took a couple easy ones. They were like, I've never heard a flat earther explain tides. I was like, ooh, I got you, bro. Hold on. Here's 17 links of me explaining tides, right? And another one was like, the sun can't ever set. And I was like, ooh, confused by darkness. I got you, bro. Hold on. Here's 17 more links for you.
Confused by darkness.
Confused by darkness in the comment section screaming, I will destroy you, I will embarrass you.
Yeah, those like
ruin your reputation on the Twitter streets.
Dude, those basic 101 things, like we've been doing this for 3 years, and yeah, dude, every time that like at night, I'm like, oh fuck, foiled again, right? Like, I forget. And then
I think they think that 119 is just like decoration or something.
Right? It should be like 119 of unrefuted, like beastie. Like, come on, we've been trying to. Every point you've ever made has been refuted. We've made so many of our own observations and solidified our own arguments that have been critiqued, and as Witsit put, polished to refinement to the point where nobody even wants to stand up here. So all we get are drunk, sloppy people who just repeat talking points and don't listen to anything that anyone says, so they can say the next talking point. And the only people that want to debate us are people like FTFE, who tries to defend a position and then adopts that position and then acts like that position was his the whole time. Like, it's a joke, man.
Hey, quick sidebar. So looking into this missile thing, got the AIM 120 AMRAAM, widely used by NATO forces and other militaries. This missile can engage targets at up to 100 miles in optimal conditions. The AMRAAM's active radar homing makes it particularly effective in BVR combat, and BVR is beyond visual range. So this sounds like what I'm gonna look into right here. Okay. Back to happy banter. Sorry.
BVR is a crazy acronym. It sounds dangerous or something.
Yeah, it's BVR combat, bro.
It's hilarious. Put your outro requests in from now, guys.
Dude, this was great. So that means you're all gonna go comment troll that whole Tim Pool section, and then YouTube's gonna remove all that stuff, and then we're gonna go put it all back, and then we're gonna fight that good fight all together there. You guys were promising me.
No, we don't want another Lore Lodge situation. We want this to be end amicably. We want everybody to be merry on their way on the TL. Nobody pops shit in real life, so they better not do it on the TL. We just want to make sure that the audience knows that there are more of us that they could actually talk to.
Well, yeah, I was thinking just directly refute all their observations. Like someone's like, "Oh, so Earth's only not flat planet." Like, you know, somebody could take that, or like 8 people could take that on like 8 different levels, right? And just be answering the argument instead of being like, "You freaking retard! How do you think we're a flat planet? That's stupid." Flat. Like, no, that's not the approach for a YouTube comment. That's, hey, let me send you in a direction where look, optically things are unidentifiable as either spherical or circular. Did you ever think about that? Like, here's this little test, you know.
ChatGPT said the Earth's a globe, you silly flurf.
Solid response. Yeah, exactly. That's usually what you get. That's right up there with nighttime, sunsets, and, you know, it's the only flat planet. Dude, actually, when I started replying to people there, like the same super hard globe trolls from FTFE and McToon started replying to me, and I was like, I recognize that name. How did you get over here so fast? Like, what? But I forget they follow Witsit around more than they follow.
Right. Looking for innocent victims susceptible to getting brainwashed by us. Oh, what did Globinski say? Innocent soccer moms.
And I think that they think they're protecting the innocent soccer moms from us, to be honest. They think that's their crusade.
Chasing them around in threads, asking if they want to touch their telescopes.
Sound a little kinky.
That sounds so real, though, like it actually happened.
Oh, there is somebody going around this app asking people to touch their telescope. Trust me. Worded very much verbatim, something like that. Not weird at all. You know, we can't make allegations on people, but hey, if it sounded weird when I said it, just imagine a 30-year-old man whispering in Twitter corners saying that shit.
That's immediately how I heard it when you said it, because I knew somebody. I was just like, oh, somebody said that to her. It sounded too real, dude. Yeah, no, I think they're protecting like the people from us. Like we're on this crusade to like poison minds and open people to like pure law. And they're like, no, they're damaging to society. We have to protect society. Like that's why FTFE's creed is him as a, you know, Asian fictionized Green Lantern or whatever his cartoon anime character over there is. And he's got like the green ring apart, protecting everyone from the stupidity. Quite a projection and inversion.
There's a video of FTFE saying he lied about something because he was high off opioids. Is that like disrespectful to use?
No, I think that he'd probably be proud of saying that and then spin it into the fact that he'd always said or something. He's a crazy person. I would say go for it.
You know, Shane, for some reason, your judgment on that. I mean, if he said it on live, obviously it wasn't recorded in like the closet or anything.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like everything he says, he knows he's live. He's always recording. He's always streaming other people's shows. So like, it's definitely fair game to put anything that he said on live under his face. I'm just saying, don't expect him to care because he'll immediately act like it's no big deal and none of his fans will care. So, I mean, that's why I say go for it because it'll have no effect.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta compile a highlight reel of all the anti-flat earthers admitting to their.
Oh, I just realized this is because you're assuming that they have shame, right? And like they learn and like, nah, like none of that's gonna
I
happen.
just want it blatant. When they ask why we don't interact with them and they claim we're running from them, we just gotta clip up them admitting to, you know, skewing polls and lying on people for no reason. Making decisions off of opioids.
Yeah, I think that would be a good addition to that compilation, actually. Sometimes we straight up lie and we'll justify it because we were high. You know, it's cool. We're telling the truth for the righteousness of the crusade. Doesn't quite go.
We listened to an anti-flurf admit to cheating so he could watch and see if we would cheat back. Literally, like I cheated so I could see if they would cheat too.
Because they're dirty cheaters, I bet, was the initial pre-rationalization.
Right, right.
Man, what a bunch of circular logic.
Crazy.
That's really it. That's why I think what Witsit did was absolutely needed. I think that was the absolute perception, right? If they're hiding behind flat earthers are a bunch of retards, then to hear it put forth like that immediately dispels that illusion. There were people in the comments like, "Oh no, word salad Witsit," but to someone who hasn't heard any of that, they're like, "That guy's retarded." That dude made a lot of really rational points that the other PhDs didn't either agreed with or didn't know how to refute. So this YouTube comment guy maybe seems a little butthurt, but I'm going to maybe go look into some stuff, right? Which is exactly the path we wanted to take, which I think was fantastic. It's just, I think the people in the comments are going through all those first throes of immediate anger and hostility, right? Like the stages of acceptance. The first one's anger, I think.
Disbelief in denial.
Yep, that's probably it. And then anger. I think anger is like third.
And then they give up and be like, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change my life anyway. It doesn't make a difference. I still have to go to work tomorrow.
There's bargaining. Yeah, there's that stage. And then this is the final acceptance.
So unfortunate. Like clockwork. Love you can watch the gears turning in their heads.
Bro, should I play that clip when we get out of here?
I wish you could play more of it. I wish people could hear the delusion. There's a specific part where it's like, you gotta follow the money. And it's like, what money? Yo, it's one specific part that was so incoherent that I think is so funny. Like, just the leaps and bounds that you had to go through to get to that point, to arrive at that destination, to gather that derivative is astonishing. And I just wish we could share that with the audience. But if you only play the poll clip, then I'll just clip up the rest of it. It's like a funny midweek treat.
I'm telling you, man, these people on Twitter be getting exposed all week.
Shout out to Milli Vanilli.
Yo, you gotta chill.
It's okay.
Hold on, let me cue it up, man. You anti-flat earthers gotta stop cheating the game, man. I know we is full court press when we open up this space every week. I know. It may feel like the game rigged because the squad's so deep. It don't matter how unfair you play. We gonna continue running up them W's on that ass, man, for real. No matter what y'all do. Cower away in the comments.
Back chats.
Hide in the back chats. Duck away in Discord. Manipulate the variables. The truth gonna come out, you know that. Hold on, let me get it right.
Must have been eating somebody alive, because how? How you expose your own operation?
Oh wait, you was expecting coherency. you thought the anti-flares were coherent. That was your first mistake. Let me end this with a little treat for y'all. Hold up, I'm gonna queue up real quick, y'all. Let me queue up. Let me tee up. Frauds. Y'all all frauds, bro. The lengths y'all gotta do to try to take us down. Instead of just coming in here and providing evidence. They're spending money to take us down. This shit is laughable. Don't ever call us grifters, bro. We got $1,000 on y'all head, and y'all the ones spending money to manipulate the masses. This is crazy. Y'all gotta stop playing with us, man. Stop it. It's the last time we're gonna tell you. Stop. Hey, Proud, clear out the jumble for me. I don't need to be glitching for everybody to hear this. I need y'all to dial in and tap in with me. I better never hear nothing about a dishonest flat earther ever again. What up, Hopi? I'm telling you, I better never hear nothing about a dishonest, manipulative flat earther ever again. I'll make sure y'all clip this.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
It's like they thought we wasn't gonna find out.
Stupid.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Thanks, Obama.
That's who this clip is dedicated to, by the way. You got it?
I'm queuing it up right now. Try to Joe Biden the level head.
Somewhere between 700 billion and $1,300,000,000,000.
Oh, brief intermission.
Yo, what's funny is like it didn't even have to be like this.
It definitely did. They be triggered coming out the ball. I couldn't resist, sorry. This the same guy who needed what was that? That was in March. That was Globinski. Yeah, this is the same one that needed another man to have a conversation. With claims of grandeur that he does not discuss flat earth.
Yo, and they be so mad when they don't have my attention.
Yeah, I'd be careful befriending these anti-flat earthers.
Caught up in your own psyop.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Let me see if I got it, because I think I know where I put it. Oh, maybe I should play the crash out. Nah. I ain't gonna play the crash out. I ain't gonna do that. Damn, was it the first one or the second one? Now that I think about it, I can't even remember. Maybe I wrote it down. Oh yeah.
Bro, you ain't put the right timestamp.
Bro, that's what's been taking you 18 nights, and I could have done that 5 minutes ago.
Wrong timestamp, man. That's not even, bro. You got it?
Legit. I gotta do this on PC. I hate PC. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, with my brother.
You should have looked it up before you announced to everybody that you had it.
My bad, relying on my co-host.
Entertain the people, something.
I'm doing all the research. Quality control head.
Okay, hold on. You so cat. That was literally the right one.
Impossible. Send it to me.
Oh, now you want to play it. Okay, hold on. It's the first one.
Yo, ain't no way, bro. What?
Can I just play it?
Bro.
Can I just play it?
What is you?
It's the first one.
Yo, what do you mean, bro?
It's the first one.
I don't even know what that means.
My circuitry is shutting down. It's hard for me to send in here because if I click it, it's going to take me out of here. It's literally on my computer. Like, bro, I'm going to send it one more time. The last timestamp I sent you.
Yo, where did that first one come from, though? You realize that was completely different, right?
You only seen one space? You didn't know it was two?
Bruh, I'll talk to you about it after we shut down.
Struggling.
Let me turn my volume up, man. Listen to this.
5 minutes later.
Oh my god. Oh, I don't have that one saved.
Hey, y'all, listen to this. Pay very, very close attention. Shout out to the trolls in the chat. You can't spend no money to take us down. Stop it.
I have a confession to make.
Uh-oh.
You remember all those times, there were all these polls that were going on for flat Earth and whether the flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat. I think Robot Polisher posted all these polls.
Oh, you mean all the polls that we was winning? All them polls that we was busting the globe Earth's ass. All them polls? Y'all remember them polls, right?
You remember all those times, there were all these polls that were going on for...
Yes, we remember, Dr. Heckle.
For flat Earth and whether the flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat. I think Robot Polisher posted all these polls. Sacred's posted all these polls.
Why y'all always talking about me?
Proud, all those people. I manipulated all of them.
Did y'all hear what I heard?
Whether the flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat. I think Robot Polisher posted all these polls. Sacred's posted all these polls. Proud, all those people. I manipulated all of them. Whether the flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat. I think,
No, don't go ducking out of here now, Mr. Globe Earther.
Robot Polisher posted all these polls. Sacred's posted all these polls. Proud, all those people. I manipulated all of them. There hasn't been a poll that they've put out that I haven't touched. And I'll tell you why. Because I was very suspicious about how these polls were going. And at first I was going, well, okay, maybe they're in a echo chamber and they put these polls out and it's just all their followers polling. But
it's a public poll. The hell are you talking about?
The numbers were extreme.
Yes. Because the level heads is on your head. That's why.
About how these polls were going. And at first I was going, well, okay, maybe they're in a echo chamber and they put these polls out and it's just all their followers polling. But the numbers were extreme, enormous. Ted, Bill, all those guys. And, you look at their reactions on their posts and some of them hardly get any. And all of a sudden they put out a poll saying, hey, what's the Earth, flat or round? And you see these extreme numbers voting. So I got super suspicious. So I started manipulating all these polls.
So wait. Wait. You anti-flat earthers. Wait. Y'all duck us every Friday. You gaslight us. You troll us. You pop shit from a safe distance. I mean, extremely safe. You damn near a whole astronomical unit away from Flat Earth Fridays. That's how safe that's how much distance you keep away from this mic. You can't refute none of our positions. You don't have any exclusive evidence for a globe Earth in motion. You call my whole squad grifters without any evidence of us taking any money. And then you jump in spaces and tell the whole world that you purposely and dishonestly are buying bots to manipulate the outcome of the polls? I wasn't the only one that heard that, right? That wasn't just me, right?
I have a confession to make. You remember all those times, there were all these polls that were going on for flat Earth and whether the flat, Earth is flat. I think Robot Polisher posted all these polls. Sacred's posted all these polls. Proud, all those people. I manipulated all of them.
How can you be this obsessed? How? What is the point and the purpose of this?
You think they would put that much energy into like deceiving Wikipedia or something? Paying to deceive the science? It's like a poll, my guy, or a Twitter poll is where you spend your last dollar? Like what?
Or maybe just put effort into maybe joining Flat Earth Fridays and refuting the arguments. How about that? You decide to go out your way to figure out how to buy bots to try to switch the narrative of the evidence of us busting y'all ass for 119 weeks straight. Purposely, bro? You spent money to do this?
I bet none of the Globers call him out on it though.
You don't think so? They said that they're honest.
Let's see.
Now, the anti-flat earthers are honest, bro. Come on.
Let's see that flat Earth failed prediction. I bet none of the Globers gonna call him out for his actions.
There's got to be a few of them in here that's gonna call him out. Somebody gonna call out Heckle and say, "Come on, bro. Y'all can't be this dishonest. Y'all can't be going out of y'all way spending money to manipulate the outcome of people's voices. Y'all not that desperate, right? There's no way, bro. There's no way you are that bothered by us on this mic every single week. It cannot be. There's no way, bro. Do y'all hear this? Am I tweaking?
It was funny. I have a confession to make. You remember all those times, there were all these polls that were going on for flat Earth and whether the flat, Earth is flat. I think Robot Polisher posted all these polls. Sacred's posted all these polls. Proud, all those people. I manipulated all of them. There hasn't been a poll that they've put out that I haven't touched. And I'll tell you why.
Now think about this. Y'all remember when Witsit went on some platform and was winning them polls? And Witsit was like, yo, for some reason, it was like 30, 40, 50,000 votes that just happened overnight. Like how that? Wait. Maybe y'all ain't hear me right.
You remember all those times, there were all these polls that were going on for flat Earth and whether the flat, Earth is flat. I think Robot Polisher posted all these polls. Sacred's posted all these polls. Proud, all those people. I manipulated all of them. There hasn't been a poll that they've put out that I haven't touched. And I'll tell you why. Because I was very suspicious about how these polls were going. And at first I was going, well, okay, maybe they're in a echo chamber and they put these polls out and it's just all their followers polling. But the numbers were extreme, enormous. Ted, Bill.
He was busting our ass so much. Sacred and Proud and the level heads. Phone booth pod and Ted and Bill. And oh my goodness. Crossing us up, shooting threes, throwing alley-oops on the backboard. I just couldn't take it.
All those guys.
Head ass.
And, you look at their reactions on their posts, and some of them hardly get any. And all of a sudden they put out a poll saying, hey, what's the Earth, flat or round? And you see these extreme numbers voting. So I got super suspicious. So I started manipulating all these polls. And of course, I started putting on the globe just to see what would happen. There was a couple that won. I made sure that would win because I wanted to see what would happen.
Y'all heard that?
Bill, all those guys. And, you know, you look at their reactions on their posts, and some of them hardly get any. And all of a sudden they put out a poll saying, hey, what's the Earth, flat or round? And you see these extreme numbers voting. So I got super suspicious. So I started manipulating all these polls.
Is that globe gangsters? This can't be gangster. Ain't nothing gangster about this.
And of course I started putting on the globe just to see what would happen. There was a couple that won. I made sure that would win because I wanted to see what would happen. And after a while, as I started manipulating these polls, I started to realize someone started manipulating the other way.
Really?
And so I've taken captures of some of these polls that I've stored, and you can tell I manipulate it, give it like 1,500 votes.
You hear this? You manipulated all the polls for the globe Earth to win. Then you basically claim that the flat earther polls that ended up winning, someone was somehow doing what you was doing when you started it? Y'all should be ashamed of yourself, bro. Y'all should literally be ashamed of yourself. And the funniest part about that shit is, bro, it don't even matter. You just proved our point that y'all have nothing. This is the most ridiculous, outlandish. I couldn't even fathom putting in this much time and effort to deceive somebody, bro. You are spending money to deceive people on Twitter, the masses, the audience, whatever it is. For what, bro? You got that triggered? You spending money on bots? Now, we been told you they've been doing this, bro. But this is how careless it is. Let's just hop into space and just finally tell the truth. Anti-flat earthers, dishonest. Hey, man, if you're a globe earther, this y'all squad. Straight up. Tisk, tisk, heckle. Tisk, 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 heckle. This is why we say the globe is dead. Well, I mean, what else is there to say, bro? This is what we up against. We say grab a mic, they grab 1,500 bots. They calling us grifters, but they the one buying public opinion. Are you serious? Shaking my head, bro. Shit getting real spooky out here, man. And best and believe this ain't the only thing we found out. We just giving y'all a little something. Talking about election fraud.
Gotta follow the money.
Be careful who y'all align with, man.
Polls are literally for fun, guys. It shouldn't be that deep. You shouldn't be taking your work check and putting it into a fucking poll on Twitter, guys. It's never been that deep. And the fact that you're accumulating that as quote unquote evidence is embarrassing. Like, we do that shit for fun, for real. Like, they're literally just the quickest thing to just click. Poll is quicker than reading a post and liking to somebody's post. It's just some quick little reaction. So to put that much stock in it for 6 months, like, bro, you need to go outside and touch some grass. Get out the basement and just like go breathe some fresh air, yo.
And to be like proud of this shit, like, oh yeah, that was me.
Like nobody could create a poll now. Like, you just did something and now nobody else could ever utilize a poll. Like, you just ended polls. Like, get the hell out of here.
That's so crazy, bro.
That's embarrassing. Ain't that Peter Mans though? That's Globe Gangsters. That's they mans though.
Somebody's mans. Somebody.
The number one advocate for so long. That's what y'all support? Fraudulent activities? That's crazy. Fraud and deception. And then they be laughing when we say NASA mean deceit. Interesting.
Everybody would have to be in on it. Head ass.
Oh, so that means all the Globe Gangsters were in on the poll manipulation?
Oh, they was all in on it then.
They were all in on it. That means none of them could hold the secret and everybody knew. So who got the money, Sacred? Where is the money, Peter? Where's the money? You gotta track the poll money, man. You got to. See how ludicrous you sound? That's embarrassing. I expect better. Yeah, that's gonna be a new intro. I manipulated the polls. I have a confession to make. You gotta make that soundbite too. Like, the what? What? I have a confession to make. Yeah, that's gonna go up.
I have a confession to make.
Followed by the what? You're gonna get sick of us.
They already are, apparently. They're buying bots to manipulate public opinion, bro.
I thought they didn't even like
sway and control the narrative. They are paying to control the narrative. Can you imagine if a flat earther got caught out for doing this? Can you imagine if I was doing this and I got caught for doing this?
I'm gonna be like Enema Dirter, and I'm gonna spam this clip in everybody poll comment section. So everybody can know the truth about the Globe Gang and the Globe Gangsters.
Embarrassing. Ain't nothing fixed about this. Frauds. Y'all are all frauds. Y'all can't do shit with us. Y'all can't do nothing with us. We the ones that's growing. Y'all not. Y'all mad about it. Y'all wake up crying about it every single day, mad at the world, standing on your flat land, swearing it's a sphere, thinking that y'all spinning, ain't no motion nowhere, buying bots to manipulate the polls, swaying public opinion for what, bro? Y'all are all frauds, deceivers. Y'all know better than the people all the way up top. Teaching the kids that they on them spinning, wobbling, orbiting, bobbling, all this weird stuff. Bro, stop it, bro. Weak as hell. And if they doing this, what else are they doing? That's the craziest part. What else is going on?
Oh, maybe they made the evidence, the fake evidence that they were plotting on spreading in the flat Earth community. Remember that plan? Yeah. They was going to make
that
some
in
fake
4K
flat
too.
Earth evidence and spread it around. All of this, and all they got to do is come up with some globe Earth evidence.
That's it.
Find that
Just
motion.
provide some
Find that
evidence,
motion,
bro.
Just find the motion, and the conversation will be laid to rest.
That's it. Where's the convexity of the Earth?
All that energy into bots. See, they talk so much shit about cyborgs. I knew they liked us for real.
This is who we up against, man. I mean, not really. I mean, they're not here. So you're probably buying some more bots right now. That shit crazy. Hey, be very wary of tweets that got more retweets than likes. All that weird stuff like that. And just know who you going back and forth with. These are the guys, man. These are the guys that say that they're the ones that have the truth. Capping in your face. The internet ain't real, man. The internet is not real, bro. Never in a million years did I ever think that this is what it was going to come to. I'm appalled. I'm appalled.
One man band, one man sound.
You remember all those people? There were all these polls that were going on for flat Earth and whether the flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat. Yeah. I have a confession to make. You remember all those times, there were all these polls that were going on for flat Earth and whether the flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat. I think Robot Polisher posted all these polls. Sacred's posted all these polls. Proud, all those people.
Yep, that's me.
I manipulated all of them.
There y'all have it. Yeah, our foot is still on your neck. Yeah, still full court press. Yeah, we still running up them W's on your head top. It's just not going to change, bro. There's nothing that you could do about it. You might as well just keep spending money on bots, trying to sway public opinion, doing all the manipulation and the dishonest activity that you want. You might as well. Because you can't do shit with us, man. Hey, it's episode 119. Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturdays. Glad we back. Protect y'all energy, man. Be careful who y'all give y'all energy to, because this is who y'all dealing with back and forth in the comments. This is who y'all dealing with all in your mentions, trolling y'all. It may not be worth it. Just redirect the smoke over here and then laugh at their ass when they don't pull up. Okay? Tell Heckle we said hi. Bum ass. Glowbusters on Sunday. Maybe a Witsit middle ground on Monday. I'm sure Alan and the lads got a Prezi cooking up. At Space Audits, Ether Cos. We might turn up the heat on TikTok. And I did tell the Clubhouse lads that I'm going to make my way over there. So you might catch me over there too, man. You never know. Episode 120 next week. We got a couple ideas. Stay tuned, tap in. We may do some more community spaces, so make sure you tap in with the level heads right on the top of your screen. Squad. Shout out to the homies that's going to be running Flat Earth Spaces for the week. Ken Cage, conspiracy theorist. Want to give another special shout out to Dr. Bennett, later in gravy, and to the other PhD lads that pulled up and showed us some love. You're not gonna get it nowhere else, just so you know. It's your favorite space for a reason. And then we back on it on next Friday. I think I covered everything. I'm not really sure if there's anything else that's planned. Oh, Phone Booth Pod. Every Monday, dropping. Shout out to the homies. I think that covers it, right? I mean, pretty much got every day on Smash. That's probably why they botting us. If you missed some of the work we've been putting in over the past, I don't even know how long we've been going. 15, 16 hours, something like that. Who knows? Link in bio. Catch all the replays. Level heads for L, man. You know what we rocking? Proud. You got anything for them?
Yeah, it's been a good one. Real productive, real cordial. We like that.
We appreciate that. As always, we appreciate y'all for just being open and having a conversation. It easily triggers many. I was called the B word today. Y'all won't even guess why I was called the B word. For no reason, just unprovoked, just trigger Glovers, yo. Trigger anti-flat earthers. So definitely take steps back from the platform and from social media if you need to. Again, it's a polarizing conversation. So we appreciate you guys kicking it with us on a Friday. Y'all could be anywhere else, showing love. Yeah, continue to stay level, guys.
W's in the shot.
I'm definitely chopping up that 10 pool.
What up, Shaz? Hashtag level heads, man. Hashtag FEF. Will the Globe Earthers pull up next week? Will they have any exclusive evidence? Will scary ass anti-flurf grab a mic?
Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Okay. Listen, we got loud in the bag. What the fuck this light at?
Emotional damage.
I got it loud. Oh yeah, I got it. Alright.
Yeah. Okay, class. We here now. Let me hear. Okay,
Me too.
too righteous, man.
Everybody been lying to us. NASA been lying to us. We're holding the truth. We're holding the facts, man.
Hey, keep looking at those skeletons in my closet, boy.
Hey, okay, please explain to me. How do you film atomic blast without destroying the film and losing the tape? Shit.
No cap in my rap.
Real rape shit. Okay, class, we here now. Lend me your ear. Okay, now. Okay, class, we here now. Okay, students. Prime example. What if I told you the Earth was stationary and the stars in the sky was just bioluminaries, and the shit they told us in school about the sun and the moon was just a bunch of fairy tales, like Christopher Columbus discovering the new fucking Americas.
Question everything.
Native Americans.
Say that for a reason.
And now he's in pictures holding hand with Pocahontas. Now, okay, all the stars and shit, they keep on talking about these different planets and shit. They about to send
the level heads keep making their demons uncomfortable.
About to find another planet Earth that could support life and shit. But
they keep making their demons uncomfortable.
Who really made the Sphinx and where's the Garden of Eden and did the
That's the light inside you.
And did God really come back as Jesus? But then I kind of question shit like that. Okay, if I was a deity sitting on a cloud, why would I impregnate a woman? If I made man out of dirt and made a woman out of real, but hold on, they forgot about Lilith and forgot about the people of the land of Nod. And if Cain killed Abel and ran away to Nod,
but just know wherever y'all take it, we gonna take it further.
Where did the people of land of Nod come from? That's a big question mark. Okay, now.
Breaking news, Silent Hendrix. Yeah, I have an important message from the one and only Bill Nye, the science guy. He has some report that he got to tell all of y'all. So we're going to get on with this goddamn broadcast. Talk to him, Bill.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a globe.
Another one.
We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to go. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills.
Like a space station, you're more like a PlayStation. That looked like PS1. How are we having this conversation? Come back to some globe proof. So tell them the whole truth. We know what you're going to do. Go back to your globe, dude. I'm flat smack and I'm straight.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Through like an axe. Axe murderer, next NASA astronauts astronomically while simultaneously maintaining rhythm and harmony. The Illuminati is definitely onto me, but they can't do no harm to me. It's a bit like Animal Farm, see? All a false dichotomy while their secret society maintains privacy. So there's nothing for your eyes to see.
What?
Complete lack of honesty. Honestly, I'm sick of this hierarchy. Your secrets ain't safe with me. Stop the malarkey before you get your car keyed. MIDIHC, Brooklyn.
Level heads and nothing.
My generation's afraid of opinions. Y'all so intolerant. They're ashamed of themselves because they're privileged and whiter. They're black and the opposite. You get charged with harassment for hugging a woman or giving a compliment. Y'all way too sensitive yet, offended to death. Bring all the coffins in. I swear that y'all are mad at everything that don't affect your life. Hey. I swear that y'all believe that being offended just means that you're right. Hey, I swear that y'all just want to be the only ones who everyone lies. Hey, I swear if I swear at you ninnies, you probably so triggered you cry. And nobody wants to be real. Everyone's scared of how everyone feels. We become so ultra sensitive and hyper.
120 on their head.
Honesty gonna be illegal. It's crazy y'all get so shocked and bothered from people saying things that aren't responsible. If that seems logical, y'all are weak then. If someone says retard, it ruins your weekend. And that's retarded. My hair been in braids because it looks hella awesome. Y'all like to scream I appropriate culture, but I don't hear nothing. I'm paying homage. Y'all are just trying to get likes on your comments. Googling quotes that are socially conscious. And saying you're woke doesn't make you a prophet. It makes you a liar and stupid obnoxious.
Always on that blah, blah. Y'all should keep it to yourselves. Miss me with that drama. You must think I'm someone else. Cause y'all don't wanna with me.
Cause I don't feel the pressure. No, I will not be censored. I'm not afraid, that's why they
with me.
My name will be remembered. I will live forever. I bet y'all hate that y'all are stuck with me. Happy Halloween. For one evening only, you wear what you want. Unless it's a poncho, a headdress, or afro, you'll piss someone off. Hey, I'd say Merry Christmas, but I know that it's about to be gone. If religious freedom's such a dire issue, why you dress like a priest in October for fun? Don't let them censor your thoughts. Don't let them make you regret that you talk. Don't let them tell you that nice is the law, trying to make you all righter when nothing is wrong. Yeah, words hurt you, clothes hurt you, memes hurt you, jokes hurt you, we hurt you. Half the time you don't even probably know what hurt you, but you're super mad. Trust, we heard you. You a pawn in the
Stop being so mad.
much. You've been showing symptoms. Y'all are so addicted to being hopeless victims. Y'all can crash a plane and blame the
I know it's tough.
Your only sickness is your social vision. Makes you scared of choices, but you pro decision. So
I know it's tough.
Go the distance, yelling way too loud until no one listens. Always on that blah blah. Y'all should keep it to yourselves. Miss me with that drama. You must think I'm someone else.
But stop playing with the.
Cause you don't wanna with me. Cause I don't feel the pressure. No, I will not be censored. I'm not afraid, that's why they with me.
Front line with it.
My name will be remembered, and I will live forever. I bet y'all hate that y'all are stuck with me. Look like you sound like some Christians. You just want a medal for asking permission. You just want a pat on the back in addition to being so tolerant. Fine, I admit it. You're nicer, you're better, you're righter, you're brilliant. Most sensitive creatures in all of existence. My freedom of thought should be censored with prison. The world would be better if we weren't so different. Always on that blah blah. Y'all should keep it to yourselves.
My plane survey, y'all block.
Miss me with that drama. You must think I'm someone else.
The letterhead's gonna spin.
Cause y'all don't wanna quit me. Cause I don't feel the pressure. No, I will not be censored. I'm not afraid, that's why they quit me. My name will be remembered, and I will live forever. I bet y'all hate that y'all are stuck with me.
Rock out with me.
Issue out the call. Science co-opted just to hide the truth. Deception concocted, brainwashing the youth. The love of the money corrupts all I see.
Y'all corrupt. Stop playing with us.
Seems to be free. The judges and rulers, all of them are blind. Hellfire and fury are not far behind. And we see through all your lies. So today, deception dies. All our minds are free from you. And the truth is what we'll do. And we see through all your lies. So today, deception dies. All our minds are free from you. And the truth is what we'll do. The mystics plotting for a fall. Occultic
Stationary Saturdays.
deceiving all. Hiding the heavens to enslave the mind. Spreading the darkness, damnation they'll find. The truth of the matter, we live on a plane. Their lies will shatter, and truth will reign. Humanity wakens, they lift up their eyes. They all see clearly the truth in the sky. And we see through all your lies. So today, downfall.
Run.
No, the mic's this way, anti-flirt.
Flat boys, bang. Let's go. Hard body shit.
Ever since my birth, my dick got mad girth. I'm chilling with my people talking about that flat earth.
Last night, your boy had some sex with a nice girl. Did the Titanic really hit an iceberg?
When other people spend their life chasing wealth, me and my boys, we chase that ice shell.
Ice shelf, fuck a globe, not a part of the system. Try to keep us down, but whoops, you missed one.
It's really sad to see all these people mad at me, cause I just figured out there's no such thing as gravity.
Yo, NASA, and now I think I'll pass her. Hard pass. Forgot everything I learned in class.
It's a storm of information like a monsoon. Lying motherfucker, no one landed on the moon.
Not a straight answer, what is you saying? Out with the old like a human-sized penguin.
The earth is flat, the earth is flat. People around the globe know the earth is flat. I don't care about this, I don't care about that. People around the globe know the earth is flat.
Bang.
2 millimeters above Denver. Beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo,
check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave.
Ride that wave.
Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curve.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
I do not care about your raps. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning, and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they're forming the line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands. Marina Abramovic, Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge.
Hey, you catch the eye from another spaceman spitting that flat signal.
NASA images, yeah, thanking your highness.
Perform them like a ghost.
And the scientist, yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name.
Secondly, make sure that we
and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady with the spoon covered up in that black curtain. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Mad Murdoch, all the darker cultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt and you need that. Let the 5G spread and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
You want to talk to me about fucking flat earth, motherfucker?
Secondly, make sure that we get this
Proud flirt. Attention, proud flirt. Be sure to clip this. I expect to see it on your timeline.
You know, fucking being a Nazi, you know, we'll...
Glow clowns gotta get that we get this. Proud flirt. Attention, proud flirt. Be sure to clip this. I expect to see it on your timeline.
Embarrassing!
Y'all make sure y'all tapping in with the gang. Y'all know where to find us. On all platforms. If you don't know, phone a friend.
In the field, that's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you want a rocket twirl somewhere orbiting. Proportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature to mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informants who informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this reporting ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. We in the field! Ignoring tricks, pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those as subordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills.
It's all blocked now.
Music industry until the scripts get filled.
Oh look.
Israel, wonder is it real?
Part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard. Finish him. That's it. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show.
If it's part of the show.
Y'all pulling up next week?
Welcome to the show.
Be on TikTok.
You don't know.
Okay. Let's slide.
Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate. Forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late. And rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. Said the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said,
I don't give a damn.
To the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome.
Shout out Chris, shout out Taylor, shout out Ken.
If you don't know.
Shout out Libra, shout out Wed. Yeah. Appreciate you, Alan.
If it's part of the show.
The dude. See you, Mr. X. Inversion, what up? Pi Sox, what up? The conspiracy theorist. Alright, Spectral, I see you. Flat lads. You heard? Howdy, Bill. Mr. I see you. That's Dr. Galatrax to y'all. Leland Wilt. PNP go crazy. Alright, Gig. What up, Sweet? What up, Justin? Orteza. Sunny D. Dan Stan. Crash Can. Puff Man. What up, Box? Julian, I see you. BAS. Beyonce in here, Sierra in here, Triple J still in here, Big Pie still in here. Oh, what up? All right, Danny. Rush, I see you, Mark. What up? See you next week in Symmetry. All right, Melissa. All right, Ginger. All right, Chad. All right, Alex. Flynn still in here. Pac still in here. Magnus, Zenas. NBA galore.
Thanks, Obama.
Thanks for the follow.
You heard?
This is not a test. This is not a test. This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted.
Real trap shit. Trapaholics. We make it look easy. Fuck with you.
Alright, the Delusionist set it in. Appreciate y'all for tuning in.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Globe clowns gotta get a life, bro.
Get off Twitter and go outside.
Stay off the weed.
Stay high enough to see the curve, though.